you have set out on a journey, one that will take quite a bit of time. It will take you far into much colder environments where you can see the aurora borealis, where mountains tower far above and the air becomes thin. At the start of your journey, here along a road, one of the many that lead farther around Mirabar, less guards, but still one of the major roads that leads to the massive mines within the world spine. You find yourselves here, and I want to ask, how many days into your journey do you want to start? Where exactly do you think our focus on this journey begins?
What do you think, Wilhelm? Probably about a week in? Or 5 days? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, a few days in. I know that I have a gift for Gordie, and Gordie has not had a certain piece of his equipment for a little bit of time. The gauntlets that he normally wears, he gave to me to try and do something for him. He asked me if I could use my skills in tinkering and smithing and infusions to create an arm guard for him. With essentially, it's an arm guard, but with the power of the gauntlets of ogre strength. So taking the essence of that magic and infusing it into another piece of armor, so to speak. And so however many days into this that we are, as we stop and rest, a campfire, whatever the case may be, I would reach into my bag of holding and just kind of look at Gordie and say, you trusted me with your gauntlets, and I hope that I've done you proud, but I do have a gift for you. And out of my bag of holding, I'm going to pull, I can't get this right. There we go. Maybe.
Is that like a gladiator style, like?
Yep. From shoulder to wrist.
Oh, shit, son.
You take out this beautifully fashioned, just arm guard. Very much built for someone like Gordie, who doesn't really benefit from full armor that slows him down, but from something easy to maneuver like gladiators of old would use. It is just perfect. The sun is currently setting on the horizon, kind of this gentle red hue amongst evergreen trees all about you. You haven't yet entered the freezing area around the world spine and Mirabar. It's only a few days into your journey, but it is brisk. And you have this new gift. Amongst you, Misfit and George are gathering around. What does your campsite look like when you're taking rest? As you're traveling through a lot of wilderness, there are not inns every night.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, for me personally, George just kind of floats the perimeter, and I would take, I don't know, 15, 20 yard perimeter, I suppose. And I would walk in a circle and cast alarm to run my silver string from tree to tree or from rock to rock or whatever it is that's surrounding us. And I would set alarm every time that we stop to rest. George floats the perimeters, Misfit occasionally.
Absolutely.
And Wilhelm's probably just sitting by the fire whittling.
Perfect. Sitting by the fire whittling. I like to imagine Gordie is the one who set up the fire, being the woodsman of the group.
Oh, yeah.
And as the sun is setting, as your campfire is already set up, bit of whittling, you get this gift, Gordie.
Will, When the heck did you get time to go and do this? Hokey toots, look at this. Can I try it? Can I try it on?
Of course. I mean, you need to. It's one of those, just remember you have to do that attunement thing so that that strength imbues into yourself, I guess.
Oh yeah, you gotta walk me through that dookie again. I don't remember that waggle fingering nonsense, and I'll undo some of the straps and try to get it on and flex a couple times and
Absolutely. Kind of moving on for about an hour. It's just a really pretty piece of metal. But Wilhelm takes you through the general attunement process and meditating on it. Eventually, you feel a sort of like expansion. You're not growing any bigger, like how usually you feel yourself swell, but you can't help but feel larger, despite your physical attributes changing not at all.
Feel about 20 years younger there, bud. Thank you very much.
Well, yeah, absolutely. That's why I've been spending so much time in the shop lately. Been trying to get this done.
But did you remember to pack a parka? Because I'm telling you, buddy, your nuts and bolts will freeze to the side and misfit up there.
Well, I mean, I did. I readjusted the cushion on the saddle, and I think it's a little bit warmer now. And I've got, we had some of those winter wolf pelts left over. So went into town and got one of them old leather workers to make me kind of a fur-lined coat. So hopefully that'll help.
Alrighty.
As you got this fur-lined coat prepared, I do want to ask Wilhelm, have you ever encountered the cold of a region like Mirabar?
I have not. My whole life has been spent south and southeast of Baldur's Gate, Harua, Netherese region.
You've encountered winter.
Winter, yeah.
But you haven't encountered that, which for you, a fur-lined coat seems like ample protection anywhere you've been.
Yep.
Is there anything else you're doing in this kind of general campsite as you're starting on your journey a few days in the Adventurer's Tavern, far and long out of sight?
Looking at Wilhelm, he got back from Evermore maybe a night or so ago, and he's been kind of cooping himself up lately, but usually he comes out in the morning and has his coffee and a smoke with me, but he didn't. Is there anything different about him physically?
You may make either an insight or perception check.
Well, that's natural 5. So
there is an unsettled feeling in your stomach, but you can't tell why. It's when you know something's different, but you just can't put your finger on it. It evades you.
Why are you staring at me, bud?
I'm sorry. It's just you didn't come have your coffee the other morning, and I know you've been busy in the shop, and I mean, hey, Buck, you've been doing good work there. But I know you don't like me harping about you using that fancy new sword of yours and that, but I'm telling you, bud, I'm just worried about you.
There's nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about at all. I mean, I been trying to do good and not think about it, not worry about it, maybe some sleepless nights. But yeah, I mean, I know you don't like it, so I try to stay away from it.
All right. Just I know I ain't your kin or nothing, but I figure we've been traveling around long enough that, you know, me voicing an opinion, I hope you ain't taking it as me trying to tell you what to do. I mean, you're a
Oh,
grown ass
no.
no mud.
No, not at all, man. I mean, yeah, we're friends. We've done a lot together. We've seen a lot together. Best buddies and everything. And I mean, I value your opinion. I respect your opinion. But yeah, I mean, if it ever gets to be a problem, I'll let you know, if I ever need some help or anything like that.
At this moment, the
Okay.
sun has begun to set lower, only a red sliver on the horizon. Some of the stars have come peeking out like many different glowing eyes, heralding the night. You see the moon, currently in a crescent, and the sun dips further and further below. The sky is currently a deeper blue than it was before. Gordie, you may make another perception check.
+5. 11.
11. Something about that deep blue. It's unsettling to you. And you don't know why. You've seen the sky in this phase at many times, but it itches something at the back of your head. And you can't tell what it is, what it's reminding you of.
You know, Gordie's just muttering to himself, trying to recollect, scratching his chin a little bit. And then if Wilhelm sees him, he just, oh, you're pretty night so far, eh?
Yeah, yeah, not bad. I mean, the moon's up, and we still got a long way to go from what you're telling me anyway. So we probably ought to get some rest. If you want, go ahead and hit that bedroll, get yourself some sleep. I think I'm going to walk the perimeter one last time just to check on my alarm and everything, and make sure everything's cool. And then I'm going to turn in. So
Don't mind if you do. This hiking dookie is for younger folks than me, so.
well, that's why I got old Misfit over there.
All right. Good night, chummy.
All right, bud. Yeah, I'm just going to get up. I'm going to walk away from the campfire. Occasionally look back over my head or over my shoulder, just kind of see what Gordie's doing, to see if he's like watching me walk away, trying to like.
You're waiting for his very signature snore.
Yeah, basically. But once I'm out of view, and once I'm pretty sure he's asleep,
At this
I'm just
moment,
gonna find
the sun is completely gone, black sky. The orange flame of the campfire sends strange shadows from all the trees.
Yeah, I want to probably walk through the shadows, find a tree to just kind of lean against. I pull both my hands out, just kind of look at my hands, and I'm just gonna say, look, I might need you, but we got to be careful. He can't know. I don't like lying to him, so we have to be
But
careful.
you did. You
I
hear
know
a
I did.
voice, like whispering at you from somewhere at the base of your spine. You didn't lie. There's nothing wrong with that. You lied.
As long as he doesn't get hurt, like I just have to make sure he doesn't get hurt. Like I have to protect him. And so if you can help me do that, then I'm willing.
I can help you.
Okay. I'll drop my hands, and I'll start to head back to the campfire and head to my bedroll.
And back to your bedroll. At this moment, you try and find yourself some sleep. The night sky is dark and deep above you, with so many stars. It's strange, the farther north you go, the brighter they become. Like the gods are watching you. As you fall asleep, I'd like to focus on Gordie. Gordie, you fell asleep, as you do, on the campfire, filled with a little bit of curiosity, trying to uncover this strange sensation of feeling unease.
Really bugging me.
It's bugging you, but it fades. And in your sleep, as you go back to Mirabar, this unease maybe is the reason that you dream of the past. Gordie, the first time you met Krilla, how old were you?
I must have been about 21.
21. Young. What was the weather like that day?
Snowy. I just got into town there. Folks in the village I was racked up in came down with a nasty sickness, and I was the only one healthy enough to go looking for help. I talked to healers and doctors and priests, but they all wanted way too much coin. And he was a man that offered the solution.
You walked along a path and saw a man dressed something like a cleric, a dwarven man, large, stocky, but with that sort of brilliant, easy smile that just wins everyone over. He had this head wrapping with a symbol on it, but it didn't seem like any god you'd ever recognized, remember, or even heard of. He's leaning up against a tree. You feel that this man had been watching you for a good 3 days now, as you've gone from one church to the next. But he hadn't spoken to you. Not yet. Did you go to him, or did he go to you?
I was pretty naive back then. I mean, before the small village, this was the biggest town I've ever been in. And I didn't know better, and seeing a filler look like a holy man, so I went up desperate.
What was the very first thing you said to Krilla? Those words, the very first words.
Hey there, I'm Gordie. How's it going there, bud?
Gordie, you got some energy about you, son. Mighty fine energy.
Well, kind of you to mention that. yeah, I make it making my business out in the bush, eh? You don't get away up in the spine there by being a layabout. You know what I mean there?
No, you do not. Spine. You're a big lad, aren't you? You must weigh 4 of me?
Well, I don't shy away from the meals, if you know what I mean.
Oh, no, you do not. I don't imagine you shy away from honest work either. Why have you been talking to all these holy men around here?
Oh, yeah. Elder over, I've been helping out at a village a couple clicks away there, and a lot of them are getting sick, and the elder said to come on over here and see if I can try to get some help for them. But hokey toots, the amount of the gold, is that what you guys call it, gold? It's crazy what they want for it. I don't got none of that.
I mean, it's wild, right? The difference between life and death for many folks is how many of these shiny little stones you can hand over to the pious.
Don't make much sense to me, dear.
Ain't fair.
Mm-mm.
Ain't fair at all. Tell you what, in this unfair world, it's good to have a helping hand. Have a good friend. I know how to get some shiny stones from people who maybe don't deserve those shiny stones. You know, these clerics, they only ever go to the big cities. They take care of the rich, the nobles. Meanwhile, me, my boys, my particular flock, we have to scrape to get by. It sounds like your town is in a similar situation.
Oh, yeah, that sounds exactly how the town's been going. Yeah.
We're the kind of folks who we've been through this, and I guess we just gone tired. We've banded together. We found a way to make things a little more fair.
Oof. Well, I'm all antlered there.
Oh, come along with me. I'll buy you a few drinks. I'll introduce you to my boys, and my flock will meet your flock. We'll see if we can help each other out.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm sorry. Did I catch your name there, bud?
Of course, that's rude of me. You can just call me Krilla.
Krilla. Oh, mighty fine name. Pleasure to meet you.
His stocky but smaller hand wrapped in yours. You have got a grip there. I'm going to like you. I know it. This is a beautiful relationship. And he led you along to a nearby tavern. That was the first step in a long path that took you to some very dark places. You wake up in the morning. The sound of bird calls around you, a forest coming to life. As the sun rises on the horizon, vanishing away the stars and the moon, a beautiful golden light. Wilhelm, do you wake up before Gordie or after Gordie?
Actually, most mornings, even back home, most mornings, Gordie's up before me. I think a longer life of farming and being up before the sun, because he usually has coffee ready for me by the time I come stumbling out of my shop. So, yeah, I would say Gordie's probably up before me.
And you're an adventurer. You have slept on the ground before.
Oh, yeah.
You've roughed it out here. So the soreness, the stiffness, it's not new to you, but it's there all the same as you come up, prepare coffee for each other. Well, Gordie prepares coffee for you, and you set off. Time blends together. You spend more time on the road, laughing, talking with each other. Gordie, you still can't figure out what that thing that's causing that unease, that something out of place, but it's still scratching at the back of your mind. And is there anything you guys do before the next event? Any conversations that occur?
I mean, I imagine I would just ask Gordie for any kind of, this is all foreign land to me. So I imagine Wilhelm, just being a curious person, would probably constantly nag Gordie about any type of new plants or new terrain or even new creatures that maybe I've never seen before. So for me, it would be like a big learning experience for a different part of the land I've never seen. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, probably talk about ways we could improve the tavern or something. I don't know, because
Absolutely.
there's always business.
You're telling me you've never heard of a freaking Craig cat?
A what?
A Craig cat. You never heard of them things?
No. I mean,
They
I
are.
know what a house cat is.
Oh no. Yeah, no. Remember them nasty winter wolves we fought a while back there?
I'll look down at Misfit as he says that and go,
It's wearing the
yeah,
onesie, yeah.
yeah.
The beautiful white winter wolf onesie.
Exactly. Okay. Now picture a kitty cat that size, not so much the cold shit, but you're walking along a mountain trail and all of a sudden you've got fangs in the back of your neck trying to drag you down the mountain pass, trying to make your ass into venison. Craig cats, they suck.
Well, it sounds like, I mean, I wouldn't make a very good meal. I might serve one person, but I mean,
Just when we get into spots where kind of the mountain range is kind of getting close, you stay right on my patookie because I'm telling you, them things pop out like no tomorrow.
I'll do that.
Moving along, you travel farther and farther. Warnings of apparently giant killer cats or something you got to worry about, Wilhelm. And then that is when you start to feel the first hints of how cold this journey is going to be. Snow is crunching underneath your boots. Your breath is misting in front of you, and your entire face is so numb, it feels like a mask over your skull, not part of your body, like you could just reach up and peel it off. Your fingers are constantly shaking, and putting them up against your armpits, which is the only way to give you some relief from the painful cold, is freezing, like you were shoving ice cubes underneath your shirt. Gordie, it has been a while for you too since you've been here. Your fine kind of Musatar coat help, but there is that wet glistening material that appears on every moose's nose and a Musatar's nose is starting to form small icicles as the large trees around you are just covered in white snow, while the path you are walking is a bit more of a gray slush from so many boots having stepped over it. No, not the idyllic perfect white, but the slurry that just covers the ground, a slush of gray dirt, mud, and way too much snow. How's Wilhelm handling this?
Probably very grumpily. This is not at all what I expected. This is nothing like the southern winters I'm used to. Maybe slightly second guessing accompanying Gordie on this journey, but at the same time, I wouldn't have it any other way. And probably somewhere in the back of my head, wondering if there's not a potential aid that maybe could keep me warm. But especially in the daylight and being right next to Gordie, I'm a little leery of asking for that help. So, but yeah, that's probably somewhere in the back of my head.
You hear from the base of your spine, only you, I can help you.
No, not right now. Not right now. No.
It seems like it's about to push further, as if it's about to tempt you, constantly prod at you, but something distracts you. I'm going to roll. You notice George, first, is beginning to putter in the air, have small rising, falling, then dipping at a sudden moment. Still continue on, but having some sort of malfunction.
I hope you can understand me, but I'll call George over to me. And if he comes to me, I'll kind of pull him out of the air.
Cold. Oh, just that is, the metal is frigid.
I will actually uninfuse at this
Unenthused.
point to shut him down. And then just kind of, because the saddle that I have made for Misfit, it basically has saddlebags. So I'll just kind of put him in one of the saddlebags. I'll shut him down and put him in one of the saddlebags.
There.
What's
Set
wrong
him
with
off
Georgie
there.
boy?
If you'd like, you can make an investigation check if you want to know.
Yeah, I'm good at those. Let's see, that's +8.
You ever seen him do that?
That's a natural 20 for 28.
It hits you immediately. Your constructions are made mostly out of metal, correct?
Yes, they're all clockwork.
You built these clockwork mechanisms specifically in southern warmer climates.
Yep.
Your mechanisms are undergoing incredibly harsh cold weather, and you think that's putting strain on them. The metal is beginning to condense, and that is causing some things to go haywire.
Could it actually, I'll look at Gordie. Hey Gordie, is it possible for us to stop for a minute? So I just had to shut George down because essentially he's freezing up on the inside. And I mean, Misfit has this onesie around him that I'm hoping he's keeping out some of that cold. But
You think that might be why
I need to
he's doing a
stop
little
for just a
better.
minute and check him out to make sure that he can keep going too.
Oh, yeah, of course. Poor George. Jeez, Louise. Yeah. I see a small little ridge over there. Get us out of the nasty stuff. So let's go.
Okay. Yeah, and I'd like to just, once we get there, I'd like to just kind of check Misfit over the best I can.
Fantastic.
Maybe try
Gordie, what specific kind of terrain would you be looking for? Like a cave, gathering of trees? What are you looking for?
I know there's a lot of ridges around here that you kind of get a nice little view in between copses.
Yes.
And just because I know those are good ambush spots. So
Yeah. Begin heading over. This is familiar terrain. Very familiar. Head over and get a moment here. Willhelm, what are you doing?
I want to try and check Misfit out to see how much damage has been done, if any, or see if I can tell what kind of future damage we're looking at if I continue to push him.
As you directly go into it, you may make a tinkerer's or smith tool check.
Okay. Ooh, that's my first one with this level.
Yeah.
This is a +12.
I know. You have to get the right to roll this at this level. I have to proctor those.
Yep. So that's a 13 on the die for a 25.
Yeah. Gordie, you don't know Arcana tech. You have no clue. But even you can tell that someone working this well with Arcana tech is very unusual. As he works incredibly fast, his hands still shaking in the cold. He does in between short bursts of finally warming up his hands so they don't shake, then quickly working. It is blindingly fast. You're able to do a quick diagnostic of him without opening up his inner workings to the cold too often. Here's what you know. The Winterwolf onesie is actually the reason why Misfit isn't shutting down as quickly as George was. You do know, however, yeah, there's going to be damage, and the colder it gets, Misfit doesn't produce any heat. He's not like you. So he is going to inevitably break down because not that you're a bad artificer. You have never encountered this. Right. You think what you're going to need likely is probably making a new metal alloy and redesigning it. You might need to stop by either Mirabar or one of the mines in the World Spine. And that is your decision. But so far, it looks like your mechanical devices will be put through too much stress to be able to last in this environment until you have a moment to work on them and make a new design. Be ready for this in the future.
And we went around Mirabar?
You are currently going around Miramar as
Okay, so we
you
are
are
going-
in
okay.
this region right now. You're not
Okay.
currently at the world spine, though with how large the world spine is, you are finally being able to see just the tips of it off in the
Okay.
distance.
Yeah, I'll look at Gordie and say, hey, so I mean, everybody knows how much I love Misfit. I know how much everybody else loves Misfit, but I don't know if he's going to make it, right? So I know that I know there's different metals out there. I mean, there's stronger alloys that metals that can withstand this cold of a temperature or this cold of a temperature. Misfit's not built that way. I don't know how far he's going to make it, but I need to be able to find some kind of other metals and like, I mean, we're near a town, right? Like a bigger kind of town that I don't know, maybe I can find a smithy or talk to a smithy or something about some of these stronger metals. I mean, I don't know if Misfit's gonna make this, man. Or if you, I mean, anywhere I can get metals, like, do you know of anywhere I can get some? Because this is just steel. I mean, he's just made out of steel, you know? I mean, like, I got to get something stronger.
Gordie does his equivalent of a mental calculation on how long it's been and the likelihood that they're still in the area. You're sure this is what you need?
I know this is what I need, man. I mean, it's Misfit, man. Like, you know, Misfit. Like, I mean, Misfit, he's helped you out as much as you've helped us out. Like, I need this stuff. And Wilhelm is noticeably getting a little aggro toward Gordie. So
I might know of a spot we can stop, but how long is it going to take for you to?
I don't know.
Go?
I mean, it depends on like what kind of tools they have, what kind of forge they have. I mean, this isn't simple work, you know. I mean, it's not cutting down trees. You know, I mean, it's not farming. I mean, this is complex stuff, man.
Tell you what, might know of a spot. Some good folk, good honest dwarven folk, especially if you go down in the Undercity. I'll take you to town at the gates. I'll be in the bush around outside the outskirts of town. Okay?
Oh, that's fine. Hey, that's cool. I mean, just leave me where I gotta go, man.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to really get into it right now. It's just, yeah, I knew a couple folks around here before, and it just people, you know, you bump into them at the market, and then you sit there and you think it's a quick hi, hello, and then you're there for 3 hours chatting, and yeah, I just don't want to, you know. You all right with that?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you got a pass. We all got a pass. I'm just trying to make sure Misfit doesn't become past. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, show me where to go, man.
I hear you. So Gordie will just to try to get some longevity out of poor Misfit. I'll scoop him up.
Absolutely. That's smart. Less stress on his body.
Yeah.
It's important to keep things moving. So he's doing slight shifts, but nothing too strenuous, putting too much stress on the inner workings. Also against you, he's going to stay warmer as much as it makes you colder. It's like having the opposite of a neck warmer. It's awful.
And about every click and a half, I am keeping my ears wide, listening.
Absolutely. Your fun thing about Moosatar and also moose themselves, you do to a certain point have directional ears. They tip and twist and flap up, which means you're keeping an ear out, making sure you're not going to get ambushed. I want to know, this is active perception.
Oh yeah.
Make an active perception check for me.
11, 16.
16. Okay. There are 3 important things you notice. 1, you would notice, first thing, a broken down wagon on the side of the road. Old stuff. Old. Luckily, your heart stops for a moment, but it's old. Buried under the snow mostly. You think you see a shape near it, but that shape is not breathing, and it is covered in snow. Suggests probably there is bandit activity in the area. You move further on, and here's the second thing you see. There's a tree that you could never help but remember. And there's a familiar symbol carved into it. Same thing worn on the rags of Krilla. And you know why they marked that tree? Because it's where they left you to die.
I stop in the middle of the road, try to catch my breath. And I just stare. I can't move.
Wilhelm, you notice Gordie is just stopped in the middle of the road, staring at a tree.
I'll walk up and tap him on the leg. Gordie, why are we stopping? Hello?
Yeah. I hear
Hey, you
you.
good?
And his neck, he reaches up to his neck to a familiar scar. It's just get out of here.
All right, cool.
Continue on, and you get about 10 paces from the tree before you see the third thing. There's a girl in the road. Her leg is broken. She is alive. And she is shivering in a ball about 10 paces away from the tree where you had been left to die. She is dwarven. She is maybe 8 years old. And her lips are tinged with blue.
After that kind of head shaking, getting worked up like that, would I have the wherewithal to remember this ploy?
That's your
Probably.
choice. 100% your choice.
Hey, do we need to go help this girl or what? Like,
Not joking, natural 20.
Natural 20. Something comes awake in you. You see the girl. That is a legitimate injury. But why was she left here? You remember back to the caravan. Specifically, you remember a symbol on it. Mirror bar symbol. Dwarven merchants. That had been there for a month. This girl has been recently injured and likely kept around after that wagon was turned over. Someone took her out of the woods, broke her leg, left her on this trail, and they are somewhere waiting for you.
Wilhelm, get to the side of the road now.
what? There's a girl in the road like she's injured.
You gotta listen to me, man. Please. I'm asking you, go and hide in the side of the bush. You'll know what to do. Just go.
Oh, okay.
Big misfit. I put misfit down.
Okay, well,
You put Misfit down.
all right, come on. Seeing Gordie freaking out like this, because usually one of two things happens when Gordie freaks out like this. I will go to the side of the road and stick around behind a bush. I will put my right hand behind my back with intent, but no action.
All right. hand behind the back. You move back into the trees. Make a stealth check.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, that's an 8.
All right. You don't know how well you're hidden. You're moving back. You're not like the least stealthy person in the world. Here's the issue. The snow, it crunches and it's thick, and you are losing yourself almost up to the waist in it. And it just throws you completely off. You're moving off into the distance. Gordie, what are you doing as this girl is at the point so close to death's door that she's not responding to you? She's not crying for help. She's just curled up in the road.
I know I brought 1 potion of healing with me for the trip because we had to pack light.
Mm-hmm.
Roberta's out.
Yes.
And as I start approaching, I got my grip up near Roberta's axe head, so I'm not intimidating her. And as I'm going, okay, honey, I'm here. It's okay. Where are they?
Again, like no reaction. She is shivering. You think she is very close to death. She is not even conscious at this point.
He goes to her.
All right, you go to her. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
It's a 7 and a 4. 9.
Rope catches around your leg, lifts you upside down. You watch as 5 people immediately begin just emerging from underneath the snow where they had laid blankets over themselves, seeming just inconspicuous mounds of snow near trees disguised as roots. They come up, blades at the ready. Krilla's not amongst them. They're coming forward, blades glinting. Willhelm. A blade prods the small of your back. Hey there, gnome.
It's a 25 on a religion check.
You don't even wait for it to ask. A blade appears in your hand. At this moment, as we have people moving in on you, this is going to be a quick combat. We don't have a map for this. I need you to roll initiative.
Natural 1 for 2.
Yeah, I got a 2 plus 1. I got a 3.
You're going
Oh
to jail.
boy. So at this moment, you roll a natural 1 and a 3. This makes a lot of sense, to be fair.
Yep.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, no, this is not your place. Gordie, you've been caught up in a rope. Here's what happens. Because this is a combat, bandits won't immediately come up and start stabbing you to death. That's not how they work. Gordie, the bandits around you just begin smiling, casual, moving towards you. They are rough-faced, few of them missing, couple teeth, heavy scars, old hands at this, but I will allow you to make an insight check. Willhelm, one prodding your back, isn't just beginning to stab you in the kidneys, though the moment you summon the blade, he notices it. So I'm actually going to say he's going to make an attack against you. He quickly goes for a slash straight for the neck, trying to kill you as quickly as possible. That's going to be a 23 to hit. Shield. His sword glances off, and his eyes go wide. He might try and call something out on his next turn. 5 bandits. Gordie.
I rolled a dirty 20 on insight.
Look at them. And as much as there's fear and pounding of your heart in your chest, you're better than them. You know it by the way they hold their weapons and by the way they stand. They're bandits, rough folk. They're not Krilla's best. And you've been an adventurer for a while now. You fought much worse than them, and they have tried to catch a fish much bigger than them. At this moment, as they close in, I will say, One of them has a blade up against you. That's what they've managed to do. That does not mean they have a perfect kill on you. In initiative, which one of you rolled first? Again, I'm
Willhelm
trying to
first.
remember. Sorry, what? Willhelm first. Willhelm.
Willhelm got a
Blade.
3. I got a 2.
Fantastic. Shield came up. You have your blade at the ready. What are you doing?
Not even turning around. I will Misty Step to right behind the guy that's behind me.
Absolutely. Just this moment where he's like, oh, turns around, barely gets time to turn around before you make your attack. He's half turned.
As he turns around, there's going to be a shadow blade coming toward him.
The blade surges in your hand. Roll the hit.
That's a 15 to hit.
15 to hit absolutely hits this guy. He is wearing rough, stitched together furs.
That's 9 plus 4 is 13 for damage.
You take 7 points of psychic damage.
Okay.
You plunge the blade through him. He tries to let out a scream, but it is just silent. Head stretches up. You watch as his eyes are burnt out by some sort of purplish flame. Everything is gone. The only thing left of him is boot prints in the snow. His allies, completely unbeknownst to how bad this is going for them. Gordie, there are 5 people around you, one holding a blade up against your neck. You are upside down. What are you doing?
Just real quickly.
Yes.
Do we really got to do this, fellas?
One of them pauses, looks to his friends. Suppose not. Give us your gold. Go on your way. Easy toll.
Fine. I'm going to burn my action surge, stick Roberta in the earth, and spin around and try to recklessly attack as many as I can.
Absolutely. You pull off this ridiculous move, and they don't even have time. One of them is going to try and cut you with his blade, but his blade's just smashed to the side as you begin twirling midair. Make your attacks. As upside down, you're going to be attacking them. Reckless attacks turns them into normal attacks. You have no disadvantage. What are you doing?
Here we go. 23.
23. Yep.
23.
23. Yep. Yep.
27.
All of those hit. Roll that damage.
6 on the first, 14, 13, and 6 again.
So that last one, was it 6 again?
Yeah.
At 6 damage? Okay, so how many of them were 6 damage? We
2.
got 2 that are 6 damage. So 2 of them die immediately. Their heads are severed from their bodies as like you spin around. Are you using your antlers for this or Roberta?
Roberta. I'm just.
Roberta comes up, slashes 2 of their heads up. One of them manages to get back, loses their arm and their blade. It spirals off to the side. He is screaming and howling in pain. The other gets a slash across his chest, stumbles against a tree and is holding it. The 5th guy who didn't get hit takes one look at all this as you spin so rapidly, it snaps the tightrope that was holding you up, and you land. Roll an acrobatics check.
Okay. That's a 10.
At this moment, it's not a perfect landing. You land on all 4s. Roberta kind of held half against the snow.
Told you.
Last guy just runs, just starts running into the distance, his boots crushing into the snow as there is no response to him. The other guy holding his chest is beginning to just move off. The guy with his arm cut off is just in shock, cradling the stump, lying in the path as blood is just spurting out of him. That's the end of that combat.
I'll just say to Willhelm, the one running, don't let him leave.
All right, Willhelm, you know you can't let the 2 guys running. One is stumbling away, and they're going in opposite directions.
I will send the one stumbling. I will send Misfit after.
All right.
The one running, I will throw a firebolt at him.
Throw a firebolt, fantastic. Are you trying to make the shadow blade that you use disappear?
Yes, I will dismiss the shadow blade.
Roll a religion check.
Okay. Well, there went that one. Hold on. I'll grab another one. Ooh, +9 is a 13.
No. You cannot dismiss the shadow blade,
Okay.
and it demands you use it instead.
No. I'm still gonna I'll raise my right hand, and with the shadow blade is in my right hand. But as I raise my right hand, there's a ring. Of course, both my hands are adorned with rings, but there's a ring on my right hand that has a flame engraved on it, and that ring will begin to glow, and sparks begin to rise from that ring, turning into a firebolt. And that firebolt will go at the one running, and I'll just snap and point, and Misfit will run after the one that's staggering.
Absolutely. Athletics check for Misfit. Make an attack roll for the firebolt and take 7 psychic damage as you hear at the base of your spine. Okay. No! Blood is trickling down from your nostril at this moment.
Firebolt goes wide.
Yep. I think it is the pain as you are struggling with this thing in your hand, and it wants to be used. It wants to kill. It wants to eat.
Misfit's athletics was a 24.
24. Oh yeah, Misfit is on that guy. You're not going to have to roll for it. Pounces, brings him down to the ground. You can go for lethal or non-lethal. What do you want to go for?
Actually, I will choose non-lethal. I just want Misfit to pin him to the ground, take that metal paw with his nails, just kind of gently pressing against the throat, but not piercing.
Pressing against the throat, sharp little pinprick there, but you haven't torn it out yet.
Right.
You go still. The other guy, you watch as he gets farther and farther into the distance. His form is like a little dark shape flitting in between the trees.
Yeah, that one's, I'll just holler out and be like, hey, I got one. One got away. Sorry.
So I got to make a choice between the girl and him.
Yes, this girl could die any moment. And you see that guy beginning to disappear in the trees. She is barely moving at all now. Her shivers are going still.
He'll just think a curse word in his head and just administer the potion and just say, easy, honey, easy. We're here to help.
While she does not move, the health potion, you have to massage it down her throat. Returns life and redness to her pale face, and her breathing becomes more steady as you begin fighting off the slow last warmth that you experience when you freeze to death. She, if you continue to care for her, could very well survive. That leg, though, might need to be amputated. Or if you can get a great healer, maybe it can be saved. But you have at least likely saved her life.
Where
Off in the distance,
chicken when you need
abandoned, gone.
Willie, you got your fix 'em up spell on you?
At this moment, the sword does.
Okay, I was fixing to put my right hand behind my back.
Yeah, you're like, I'm gonna hide my right hand. At this moment, as combat is over and there's nothing left for it to kill, you hear a growl, something feral, like your lizard brain coming to life, and then
okay,
it's gone.
Oh yes, point of order too. My other infusions. Well, of course, George is down right now, but the other 2 infusions are a spell refueling ring and a spell rock tattoo, first level. And in that spell rock tattoo is loaded with Tasha's caustic brew. So point of order. So yeah, I I will walk over to the young lady. Can I do like a medicine check on her to see like how bad this leg is, and
Medicine check, absolutely.
maybe kind of like a how much time she has kind of thing.
Mhm.
That would be a 16 plus 5, a 21.
What you witness is a repeated act of cruelty. This leg has been broken and left in a broken state for a long time. She has been left in severe conditions repeatedly. It is an act of pure will and fortitude in the small girl that she is still alive after what you can imagine was the worst month one could possibly experience.
Okay, what I would, and I'm no doctor by any means, but what I think, of course, my mind is a little not quite right at the moment, but knowing how I fix Misfit and George, using setting mixed with some Arcana, I would like to attempt to set the break while casting Cure Wounds at the same time to see if I can. I know that I can't fix a broken leg. I don't have that ability, but if I can at least try to set the leg with Cure Wounds at the same time, maybe it will alleviate the pain and at least initiate some form of healing until we can get her to the right person.
And let's be honest, let's be fair to Willhelm. He has incredible abilities that the normal person, a normal person being a commoner with 4 hit points, because that's the majority of people in this world. Normal people would kill to have your power. Just the simple Cure Wounds spell is amazing. You might be able to save her leg for further curative measures later, but this is going to take either a medicine check or an Arcana check. The Arcana will be your attempt to use pure magic, the pure power within you to make this work. Medicine to work with the body. Because setting this is difficult because it's been broken and hasn't been set for roughly 3 weeks.
Okay. I will go straight Arcana.
All right.
Fuck. That's a 12.
12.
I rolled a 4.
So let me tell you what you
8.
managed. Yeah, no, you are skilled. What you managed to do, you identify a problem. This leg is infected. This leg needs to go. But what your Cure Wounds does is you are preventing further problems. You're improving her life expectancy. You know for certain this leg needs to go. Even if you were to lesser restoration it, which you should, you really need to, because this could kill her later tonight if you don't continually heal the damage that the bacteria and fever is going to completely rack through her body. And again, she's experiencing hypothermia. There's so much wrong with her body. You know that the damage done by the infection itself is irreversible with the magic you have at your disposal. But you know, maybe you want to make an artificial leg for her or something in the future. You know you can better improve her chances at life and probably lessen the lasting permanent effects of going through this much sickness and attack on her immune system.
So yeah, I will because that's actually, as soon as you said infection, that's where my mind went. I would like to do 2 things.
Yes.
I would like to cast lesser restoration focused on her leg, the point of infection, and at the same time, I would like to take a piece of twine or a rope or something, and do kind of a makeshift tourniquet about mid-thigh to try and keep any of that infection from spreading any further.
100%.
I want to make, like I said, I want the lesser restoration to be focused on her leg, but I want to make sure it hits the rest of her body too, in case there's any infection somewhere else.
You start it at the point of infection, but it can spread throughout her body and help. Because again, what you see is a month worth of cruelty.
Right.
You are looking at a body powered purely by will, and dying from what are 100 metaphorical cuts. There's so much damage to this body, but with the health potion, the lesser restoration, the cure wounds, and some twine and a tourniquet, you are able to set up, hey, I'm not going to make you roll for this because you have come up with a very clever plan. You are able to prevent a lot of very bad things happening to her, stabilize her condition. Gordie gave her strength. You are making sure that strength lasts. She's likely to actually become conscious sometime soon in the future. Do the best you can. She is absolutely going to need that have that leg amputated unless you have some sort of greater healer see to it sooner than the world spine. So the giantess is out.
Gordie, how far are we from this town?
Close enough.
From the tree, about 4 clicks.
Okay. I'll put this young lady on Misfit. And I mean, we just hope that Misfit can make it into town at least.
Yeah.
What time of day is it?
Currently, you're looking at right now. It's about 3 p.m. The sun is hanging still on the horizon, not yet on the horizon, but kind of at an angle in the sky. White clouds pass over a crystal blue sky.
Okay. Can we make it to town before sundown?
If you guys really push it, yeah. But I do need to remind you of one last important detail. There are 2 bandits currently unable to cause trouble, but alive in the road, one with a claw to its neck from Misfits, and you also have a man trying to keep his lifeblood in as it is leaking out from the stump of his arm.
Are you telling Gordie it's time to go?
Well, I mean, so one got away again. Sorry, but we've got this one here. Like, what are we doing with this one?
Well, what's going on with the girl? Can you fix her or no?
I've got her stable. Like, she, you know what? She needs somebody like Vernon. Like, Vernon could probably help her. You know what I mean? But I mean, we can't get back to the Moose Water. But I mean, she needs somebody like Vernon. And I'm not that. You're not that. No offense. You're not that. But I mean, I've got her stable. But I mean, if we don't get her somewhere,
she needs the priest of Dumathoin. And then I look down at these expletives, yes, and I take both their frickin' heads.
Willhelm, you watch as Gordie kills these unarmed men, cruel men. You watch as something very dark passes over your Musatar friend. 2 axe blows. The one who lost his arm barely manages to raise up a hand. The other one with a slash across the chest, he's more lively. He manages to beg for his life. But I'm guessing pleading doesn't help.
Yeah, I'll just look up at Gordie. I never saw him take any maple sugar.
Oh.
So, like, for Gordie to rage without his candy is not like Gordie.
Are you angry or are you cold?
Oh, I burned a rage. And
okay,
if Willhelm doesn't stop me, I bury Roberta as deep into that tree with that freaking symbol as I can.
Absolutely. 1, 2, and it's done. Cutting through it with that insane rage. It usually takes several strikes to get through a tree. It takes you 2. It falls over, creaking,
I ain't dead yet. Willie, let's get her to Mirror Bar.
Okay. You good?
I don't say anything. I grab her and go.
All right. I mean, Misfit could have carried her.
Wilhelm, at the base of your spine, you hear a voice. See, why feel bad?
He's not like me. He's a good man.
What are we without the shame, without guilt? We're all the same without that.
Well, I told you that I want to protect him, and that's what I need your help for, is to protect him. Guilt or not, I'll carry the guilt. I will burden the guilt.
But why?
Well,
Why feel guilt?
no, not now. I'll talk to you later. Not now.
Reluctantly, this thing curls back, receding into a pocket in your brain. You're beginning to recognize where it exists, somewhere right here.
I'll walk alongside Misfit. I don't want to ride him because it puts more pressure, more weight, puts more wear on the gears and stuff. So I'll just have Misfit walk beside. I'll probably stay 15 to 20 feet behind Gordie. I will try to keep pace.
All right.
If I have to get on Misfit, I will, but
I need athletics checks from the two of you. I just rolled for Misfit. I know what condition they show up in as when they finally get here, but they are keeping up. I will tell you that much.
Okay, and you want athletics from me and Misfit?
Athletics from you. I already rolled for Misfit because there's a whole cold situation going on.
Natural 20.
Oh, Wilhelm, like, there's something pleasant about running in the cold because it means you don't feel it as much. And it's actually like, as much as you're getting exhausted, the heat from running is nice. You kind of want to keep running. You never want to stop. You eventually come to the large city walls of Mirabar. You look at streets full of dwarves, many different, what I call these sort of single-story stone buildings that lead to taller, kind of higher stacked as it reaches the center. You're currently looking at, well, what I can only describe as a dwarven city in the Arctic. There is, at the center of it all, the Hall of Fires, which is this large hall with furnaces, these big billowing plumes of smoke coming from the top, its many chimneys. And, well, people. So many people flowing in and out. What I can only call thousands. You know that there is also clear buildings with little overarches, open doors, and stairs that lead down into the Undercity. You are in a place like no other, where you can have people speak of justice, of religion, and also have dark blades in every alley. Welcome to Mirabar. What are you doing?
Well, I'm following Gordie. I mean, I'll find a smithy later. We need to get this girl taken care of.
Yeah. I think by now that we know we're in town, we're close to help, Gordie's gonna slow his gait a little bit, catch his breath, and kind of sheepishly Yeah, yeah, a lot of good dwarven folk around here, and I passed through here a long time ago, and some of the best folks I met were in the Undercity. But the one clergy that I met that weren't total doogie heads were the priests of Dumathoin. Weird hooded bunch, but they weren't as rude as the other ones. Trust me. You should see the clergy of Maraden. Anyway, yeah, down below, I know you don't got a problem with tight spaces, so come on.
Well, I mean, I know my way around the dwarvish people, so.
It's this might be expensive, and I didn't bring a whole lot of gold, so we might have to do a little finagling to get this girl some help.
Well, I've got a couple bars in one of Misfit's saddlebags. This is new country to me. I thought, well, what if I find something I want to buy? So yeah, no, I brought some gold with me. So,
all right, come on, bud.
You're moving through. You have gold on you. It is still cold here, but there is a warmth from the many burning kind of braziers set out to the side of the road. There's actually places where the snow has melted from the streets. And you see several steepers begin actually pushing the big old slush and liquid off into buckets, which are then hoisted onto carts outside the city. Move through and tell me, Gordie, you interacted with the clergy of Dumathoin, correct?
Yes.
What do you remember from your interactions with them? And tell me of an NPC or like a person you met there that is a friendly, familiar face, or the closest thing you had
to
that at that time.
Yeah, so I remember there was a lot of the dwarven temples are pretty flashy. I mean, stoic dwarven statues and beautiful columns and just amazing stonework. But through talking to folks in the tavern, they pointed out one other clergy you can't really see from the street. It's built right into the stone, and all there is an iron door with a little sliding door. And
it's the house of the silent keeper. They're not about being flashy.
Oh, and there was this one lady there that I just saw an eyeball, and even though I spoke Dwarven, that got me to being able to speak Dwarvish. Open the slat. I didn't have the coin to open the door.
At this moment, maybe the words of an old voice, an old face, enter your mind. Strange thing. The pious only help people with all those shiny little stones.
I spit.
Now you both have coin purses full of those shiny little stones. Being moving forward through the kind of hustle and bustle, you pass shrines to Moradin, these great places of worship, beautiful architecture, dwarves, arms crossed, generally filled with their pride as humans, who are again a huge part of the city as well, begin moving through. It is alive. And then you get to this place where the city almost grows silent, quiet. Sound, it fades. There is a metal door, a slot, in what seems to be the side of a wall. What are you doing?
Better get that gold ready there, bud.
Hey, what if you knock on the door and then move out of the way and they open the slot and then I start talking?
Yeah, I do. Not too many gnomes around here, but I know they're highly valued. That could help a lot, actually. Yeah, I'll do that.
I just thought it would be funny because they wouldn't be able to see me. But yeah, maybe you're right.
Well, the slat, I have to crouch to reach the slat because it's.
I will say at
okay.
this moment, one thing to keep in mind: Misfit standing up pretty damn well. One of their limbs has seized up, and they are limping.
Okay.
Shit.
Okay.
Okay. I'll gauntleted arm.
Yep.
Boom, boom, boom. Step.
And then move out of the way. Slot opens up. Guy is just staring out.
In Dwarvish, I will say, hey, name's Wilhelm.
Yeah,
new
they were like about to close it, then just
new to well, hold on. I'll climb up on Misfit's back, so I'm up a little higher. Wilhelm, new to town. I found a young lady
No?
out. Yes. I am rock gnome, if it matters. I found a young lady out in the street just outside of town, broken leg, really, really bad condition. I've fixed her up the best I can. But she needs some serious help.
story we hear a lot around here. I'm sorry to hear it. Sad to say, our current halls are full to charitable acts, as they generally are. Do you have the coin?
I have some coin on me. I don't know, and I don't know the young lady, but I don't mind helping somebody out. So,
Of course.
what kind of coin are we looking at?
Well, what kind of issues are we expecting? What kind of healing is necessary?
Okay, so she had a broken leg and it had infection. I think I stopped the infection. And I tried to do a little bit of curing on the break. And I put a tourniquet on her leg, so it may or may not need to be amputated. But again, you guys might have more skill than me. You might be able to save her leg. The rest of her,
300
I
gold
think, is
pieces.
Okay.
For amputation, we can do that for 300 gold pieces. Amputation, taking care of her afterwards, that will be 300 gold pieces.
Well, shoot. I bought breakfast and stuff this morning, so like I only have like 250. I think I had like 275, but
Make a
like I said,
persuasion
I'm
check.
new to town.
Or is that do you have more than that gold, or is that the gold you have? Either deception or persuasion.
Oh no, I brought way more than that.
Yeah, make a deception. Make a deception.
Yeah, that's a 7.
She looks you over, sees the fur-lined coat, the construct you're standing on. Let me be perfectly honest. I don't like having to charge. I don't think it's fair, and I don't like it. But I have to. We have a limited amount of beds, we have a limited amount of healers, and the greatest good we can possibly do is by having a very limited number of beds for charitable causes, and the rest being paid. That is how we can keep our church operating. That is how things work. So
Right. So okay, I tell you what, just one question. You guys, I imagine it's pretty warm in there because you guys got to keep your patients nice and warm, right?
yes.
So my friend here that I'm standing on, his name's Misfit. He's made of metal. He's clockwork. And he's beginning. I've been traveling for a while now. He's beginning to kind of freeze up, lock up a little bit. I'll give you your 300 gold, but could we have like 10 or 15 minutes by your fire just to see if I can loosen him back up a little bit?
Yes.
All right, cool. All right, I'll reach in my bag and pull a coin purse out and just kind of shake it just to show that I have the money.
The door slides open. You see an elderly dwarven woman, bit of a simple robe, a symbol of the silent keeper hanging around her neck. Come in. Mind not some of our patients. We are not just a house of healing. We are at times a house where people come to die.
Well, that's kind of sad.
We make the passing easier.
Okay. Hey, Gordie, come on, man. Oh, sorry, I have another friend. I hope that's okay.
She squints at you for a moment, sees something working behind her eyes, but shakes her head. Muzatar. Don't meet many of those. Moves in.
Yeah, and I'll find the warmest fire there is, and I'll lead Misfit over there and have him go get near the fire so maybe he can kind of warm up and
Oh yeah. No, it is
defrost.
making sure that the damage isn't just constantly occurring. You are going to have to need to get some replacement parts for him. Something with a better alloy. But at this moment, it's buying him some time, and that's good. As you move in, you see where everywhere else in this entire city is a great show of artistry. This place is simple. There are little flourishes here and there, but they're subtle. You notice there are designs all over the wall. They're not accented. You have to stare for a long time to see the face of the silent keeper, to see many different symbols all along in the gray stone. Little outline shapes. You see beds, and you see a variety of folk, both people receiving healing, some people laying up with simple things like broken legs. You also see a large amount of the dirty, unclean beggars as they were dying in the streets, and their charitable cause was to be brought here so they might at least die in comfort they were never shown in life. She moves, you notice, with a slight limp. And she turns. We've got a bed in the back. Come along. What kind of healing does she need? We can do the amputation for 300 gold pieces. Anything more, and I'll need to call someone, and that will be very expensive.
The leg is that's all I was able to determine. I mean, I'm not, I don't practice what you guys do, but yeah, I mean, I did a little bit of lesser restoration on her, did some cure wound stuff. My buddy here, he's been carrying her. So that's all I know.
All right.
Okay.
I only got 10 gold on me, but I can offer up one of my big potions. I was saving it in case we ran into something tough, but as soon as I saw that missing toe, I know what this. She's been poked. She's been tortured. She needs fixing.
I mean, like I said, I mean, I brought a bit more than 10. I mean, I'd just be real honest with you. I left a large stash back in the shop under the floorboard, but I mean, I brought about 1,000 with me, just because, like I said, I mean, where I'm, this is tourism for me, but of course now it seems like I got to spend some of that money on Misfit, and I don't know how much that's going to cost me. I mean, some of those higher metals, I mean, they're not cheap, and if they let me forge here, they might charge me for using their forge, and so I don't know. I mean, I dropped 3 just to do this.
I couldn't help but overhear. I understand the difficulty of your situation, and I respect you trying to help people. There is a recent widow of a merchant in the city that has been visiting us in grief of her missing husband and daughter. She has money, though she will not have money long if some of the elements in the city get a say in it. I would, if you could get to her promptly, you can likely handle that. And if you don't wish to spend your coin on other things, as I understand, your mechanical friend here is not taking to the weather, I suggest that would likely be the best line of action if they are indeed sending. I happen to see that the girl is missing a toe, and the widow received a toe.
Gordie, is she saying what I think she's saying? Like we need to go rough some folks up?
Oh, I wouldn't do that here.
No, trust me, they got the coin to pay him off.
Well, what are these elements that you mentioned? You said that elements could affect her finances.
Usually you have to deal with the Zentarum or there's been a new figure who's been pushing the others out. Krilla, the priest of no god. He has friends in many places. He's gone from bandit to crime boss, or as he would put it, alternative spiritual leader.
You think Gordie would have possibly talked in his sleep and mentioned that name when he was having his dream?
That's
Like
a Gordie.
Ty does?
Huh?
Because Ty does?
Well, my natural reaction would be to look at Gordie and say, hey, Gordie, the other night, that campfire, you were talking in your sleep, and I heard you mention this Krilla name. So I don't know if it's somebody you know or.
We'll take care of it. Can you get to fixing her while me and my buddy go and talk?
Is it okay if I leave Misfit here? Let him just kind of warm up a little bit?
Yes.
Awesome. That's great.
He's fine. He's causing no problems. I'll handle fixing her up. Please. So that the head matron does not toss her out or simply decide to ease her passing, I will need that 300 gold.
Oh, yeah. No problem. Here you go. I'll
Takes
hand
it.
her 300 gold.
Thank you. This I can work with. She puts down and immediately begins to tend towards her, this kind of elderly dwarf going to the work. For the rest of you, what I want to do here is a montage, because we have a lot of places to go. This is not just going to be a session in Mirabar. What I want to know is, what are you two going to do during your brief stay in Mirabar?
Sound like we want to whoop somebody's ass.
I will say, Gordie, you could pick this fight here, but if Krilla really has gotten this much more powerful, the best chance you'd have at a fight with him is not within the city walls. And he was already dangerous enough when you met him on the roads. If he's got the city with him, I mean, Krilla is charismatic. He is not the biggest guy. He's just a good talker. He's always been a good talker.
I'll explain to Wilhelm as little detail as I can what I've been up to, what happened to me when I was younger. And then listen, I am up for a brawl as much as the next fella, but taking down Krilla, we're gonna need the brigade, time and planning. We can't go poking a fight in the middle of the streets. You hear me? They'll have every guard in the city down on us, and then we won't be able to send a letter to help. No one will know we're here. It's a dead end.
Well, I got your back. I mean,
I know. Best we can do is warn the widow, tell her to get the heck out of Mirabar as quick as she can, get her daughter patched up, and then we got to leave soon because we left a survivor. And I am not an easy to forget fella.
All right. Well, all right. So let's go talk to the widow. Let her know about her daughter. We can we can give her directions to the Moose Water District. I mean, I'm sure we can kind of maybe help her out down there.
Oh yeah.
And I know that we need to get back to the spine. I know that we need to get up in them hills. So let's go talk to the widow and stuff, and then I mean, I've got to find a smithy. I've got to find a forge to see what it's going to cost me to get Misfit tuned up to the point where he can make this journey.
Best metals in town. You talk to the priest of Moradin, but they're gonna rob you blind of your gold. See what you can do with the normal smithy. If you want to handle Misfit, I'll go talk to the widow. Meet back here. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay.
Yeah, and I wouldn't, because Wilhelm's not a religious person. So my first thought would not be to go to any priest or anything like that. I would go find, because a lot of my smithing, the history of my smithing and stuff was with dwarves. I mean, that's how I learned to do what I do. So I would go find just a normal, like, hole in the wall, back alley, dwarven forge. And I would want to learn, like, what kind of metal do I need to use on Misfit? What's going to get him the best? What it's going to cost me for the materials? And then can I use their forge to hammer something out?
All right. So we're going to have two journeys, and this is going to be kind of a quicker montage thing. Gordie, you're going to find a widow. Willhelm, you're going off to handle the kind of forges. And what I'm going to say is, because realistically, this is going to count as a week of you spent in Mirabar. Scary times, dangerous for Gordie, but you keep your heads low. And as long as during this time you describe nothing that's crazy, maybe you'll get out of here just fine. So we're going to focus on Gordie first, then we're going to go over to Willhelm. Gordie, through these all too familiar streets, there's the hustle and bustle that keeps everything alive. You're a Musatar, which you know every moment you are out in public, you are drawing eyes. So you're probably keeping this limited. You know where the widow is. You've been told what district she lives in. It's a ritzy district, which on the bright side, you know, Krilla doesn't like the ritzy districts. People aren't his people, as he puts it. And you figured out now, they aren't desperate enough. He can't work with people who have everything they need.
Yeah. So
for the most part, he isn't around there a lot. So you eventually would be led to this kind of 3-story stone building, servants working around it, big fish, big catch. When they killed her husband, you know some bandits probably messed up. They made the wrong choice. They didn't know who they were killing. Could have made so much more money. Go here and servant out front looks at you. He's this human man, which is strange in a dwarven household to see a human servant. He moves up, looks you over. Gordie? Gordie, sorry, it's been a while since we've seen each other. I'm Tommy. You helped the town where I was raised. We met. I was really young when we met.
Pockmark Tommy?
I think, yeah. I mean, the pockmarks are mostly gone. Yeah.
I'm sorry, that was rude. Hokey too.
No, it's no problem. No,
Routed, boy.
yeah, it's not helpful with these, kind of low dwarven ceilings, but I'm no small help from you. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
Oh, wow.
How are you doing, Gordie? Why are you back here?
Trust me, not by choice, bud.
Are you here to? Let's get you inside, man. Duck down, mind the antlers. The ceilings are all low.
Sorry ahead of time.
Yeah.
And I watch for chandeliers.
Move in. So, close it behind you. So, why are you here?
Krilla's still at it. I mean, listen, I know you're tied in with this family, but they scooped the kid. Me and a buddy of mine were walking, trying to skirt around, but we found her on the road.
I know.
Luckily, they were amateurs. That the big boys weren't there, and we were able to get her. But she's at the Dumathoin Temple. Yeah, she's at the Dumathoin Temple. She's being sought to. They need more gold. Yeah.
Okay, Gordie. We still have money. She still has money. She's still paying us. Yeah, this is not good. The girl, they sent the tow, and her mother has been sending payments, but every time the ransom is sent, they just ask for more. And at this point, we never even expected to see her back. She hasn't left her bed in about 3 days. I mean, this news is great, but some of the servants have been disappearing. I think they're trying to get a case of the joint. There's going to be a festival in about a week, and I think during that time they're going to get her. Do you know any way to get her out of the city? Just disappear her. We can pay the money easy, but we need to get her out.
Are there any merchant caravans in his pocket? Any?
Yeah.
Preferably one with.
I know the ones he won't touch.
Dwarves.
Or you ordered some of that ale from Mirabar and had it sent to your tavern.
Yeah.
Krilla doesn't touch adventurer business.
If it's moose water.
We have a few people going there. I mean, they will raid the caravans, but they ain't in his pocket. So if you get enough guards for that could work. Just get her out quietly. Yeah, we could do that.
Well, I mean, I might be able to send word, get them to meet us halfway, or you guys halfway. We can see the edge of town, but we got to get the heck out of here.
Understood. I get it. No, I get some friends. I can make that happen.
Here. And you got any paper?
Yes, he quickly reaches around. Sorry. Let me go get some paper. He moves off, finds some paper, moves it over, gets a quill. Sorry, I've been handling a lot of the expenses. She's been hands over the paper.
I signed my name and I hand it to him. I said, there's my signature. Put it on whatever order form you need to make it look legit for moose water.
Okay. And I have your permission. I'm not committing any crimes.
There are animals there. We're always out of booze. Just,
Of course, yes. Yeah, maybe grain. Inexpensive shit. The shit that, these bandits wouldn't bother raiding. Stuff maybe not grain. Grain's pretty rare around here. I'll figure something out. Just something bandits wouldn't want. So it can't be booze.
And I know it's not comfy, but leave 2 empty barrels.
Yeah, no. Trust me. I think after everything she's been through, a barrel not gonna be that much of a problem. Very smart. Thank you, Gordie.
Just make sure when you do link up with Moose Water, you get a hold, ask specifically for the brigade. Chinto, Ninx, Vernon, one of them. They'll see you.
Okay. And he's writing this down. I can do that. Fuck. Sorry. I know cursing's bad. Okay. I got this.
Yeah, I'm dealing with a lot of uncomfortable dookie lately, so I get it.
Okay. And he moves back into the house, gets ready on this, and you do see there's a moment where this bedraggled looking woman comes down, still in her night dress, leans over the railing. You saved my daughter?
Oh, yeah. Well, no, my buddy there, he got her comfortable enough to make it back to town. I'm sorry we couldn't do much. We're not healers.
No, it's fine. Thank you. I have money if you need.
No, just get to Moose Water. They'll fix you up.
She is just like looks shell shocked as like she's realizing her child is happy. There is a happiness there, but it's choked underneath a general disbelief and doubt and fear, and like everything has been drained out of her.
Seeing this, I'll say, like, no doubt in my mind that kid's tough as a stone giant, but she needs you right now. She'll bounce back, but just reassure her it's all right and not everybody's bad. And spend a couple nights at the tavern and she'll see the good in folk again. So please feel free.
Yeah. She moves back, kind of trying to force some life into herself as she begins moving about for the first time in about 3 days. And we're going to shift from you over to Willhelm. Willhelm, you see many sights in this new city. It's still cold, burning braziers. You stay a little closer to them. You're searching for the smithies. The smithies you're looking for, they aren't in the ritzy places of town. And there is a moment where you see a gathering of all sorts of folks in front of a minotaur standing off to the side and a dwarf with a red rag wrapped around his head with a symbol you don't recognize. And this is the art I had from my own personal sketches that I thought would work for Krilla. Again, I'm a novice artist, so you see Krilla. His voice booms out. I know. I too have long since realized the hypocrisy of the cloth. It hurts. It stings to think that the people who pretend to speak for our gods are more drawn to coin than virtue. Look at me and my flock. And he gestures over to where you see dwarves and orcs together. We don't care about ancient rivalries. God saying it's our right to fight the various folks of the world. Maybe we should focus less on fighting, more upon living. Who's our real enemy here? He continues like this congregation of people surrounding him. You notice all sorts. You're looking at beggars, general laborers, all folks drawn together, drawn to this man's words, his charismatic smile, and a large amount of people who are well armed, standing tall, and the Minotaur always at his right, his arms crossed, his big eyes just roaming over the crowd. Wilhelm, you know the smithy is down the street. You don't need to engage in this, but you see this.
Does it how are they treating the beggars?
With camaraderie. Beggars come up, and you see a man who is grinning, smiling. You watch as he actually takes a beggar into the warrior's embrace, seeming not to mind the dirt that smears off on his own clothing. He grins, slapping him on the back. And you watch as people actually begin to join his band, put their names down on a piece of paper he has here. Announcements for something called the Church of No God.
And there's buildings and stuff. Like, is there a place before I actually get to this gathering, to this crowd? Is there a building or an alley that I can kind of dip in real quick out of sight?
Absolutely, you may. Make a stealth check. At advantage, because there's a big crowd and you're a little gnome.
It's 18.
18. You slip out of sight into the alleyway.
Look around, make sure nobody saw me, and then I'm going to cast Disguise Self.
Disguise Self. Yeah.
And take the nice fur-lined coat and the other leathers and the things that might make me stand out, and I want to look more like a beggar, so that I can hopefully move easier through this gathering more unnoticed.
Very smart. You change your appearance, that of a beggar, move through, and you're invisible. You are one of the masses. The only difference between you is that you're not drawn in to his voice, and that's not uncommon. He hasn't drawn everyone. But if he were a fisherman, he casts a very wide net. Move past, and soon his voice, this Krilla, fades off into the distance. As you find kind of a group of smithies, not religiously organized, not in like the slums, but rather in a kind of general gathering area, not a sort of marketplace. These are the salt of the earth people who know how to get work done, who don't necessarily care what kind of customers they get. You, amongst choices, I want to ask, are you looking for a more upscale place or a lower scale place?
Probably a little more upscale, because they're probably going to have the materials and tools that I'm going to need, and possibly I might be a little luckier to find either another artificer or a smithy that knows about artificing, and might be able to help collaborate a little more on what Misfit needs to make it through the spine.
So, two choices. One, there's a dwarven man, doesn't really seem to have any signs of artificing, but his place is upscale. He has this big old black beard with streaks of gray marking his experience, and two like stone rings and a long beard that reaches past his groin. He is like a broad-shouldered man, arms thick from working the forge. On the other side, you see a very strange sight, an elf in the middle of Mirabar. Slender, leaning up against a wall. Their place is a little more modest. They don't seem to be working right now. They're wiping grime from their face. But you notice a little mechanical parrot shifting around on their shoulder, unaffected by the cold. Every once in a while, it opens its mouth and says, "Lazy bum! Get back to work!" Presses the top of it, and it seems to go back into a automated kind of set of movements before a little later. "Lazy bum! Get back to work!" Hits it again, and it seems to keep going through these general different motions.
Okay. I've got some elven friends. I know that elves are magical by nature. Yeah, I think I'll start with the elf.
As you approach, there's a final and immediately hits it before it gets into the rest of the statement. Shifts forward, wafts it off his shoulder, so it gets up, and you watch propellers at the middle of where they're supposed to be wings begin into place, causing it to rotate and move back into the shop. Hello, hello, hello. First customer of the day. How can I help you?
Yeah, hey, how's it going? Name's Wilhelm.
Well, all right.
Quick question. Is your little friend there, is that a malfunction that he's got going on there?
No. It's the alarm telling me to get back to work, but I have no work, so I've been putting it on snooze.
Gotcha. You know what? I have the same kind of system. George is my alarm. Anyway, by any chance, are you in the works of artificing, or?
I have been known to dabble, yes.
Awesome. Well, so listen, I'm not really from around here, but I'm a bit of a tinkerer myself. And I have a companion with me, not here with me. He's currently sitting by a nice warm fire, trying to warm himself up. So we're from the
It's
south.
the cold. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I'm from a lot further south than here, but
hey, I
have
am
to,
too. This place is harsh in a lot of ways. No, I totally don't.
Well, where is it that you're from?
Let's just call it south.
Okay. Hey, not gonna pry. And I noticed too that your little bird friend there doesn't seem to be affected by the cold much, but I have to continue pushing north. I'm here with a friend of mine, and we have someone we're going to see further up in the spine, from my understanding. And I really need my companion to make it. So, any suggestions on what I can do? I mean,
yeah, it's the first thing I need to figure out when I came here. And by the way, it's going to be worth it. So here they got a lot of mines, right?
Okay.
Over on the kind of world spine, they have some special ores there, adamantine and all sorts of things. It's richer here. It's cheaper here. It's easier to get. I mean, you'll see people scamming everyone over it.
Right.
5 years ago, they actually had this weird scam where a bunch of alchemists came in. You don't need to worry about it. The stuff, while also being more resistant to the cold, if you mix it into some metals, holds enchantments like you wouldn't fucking believe.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, first when it starts out, it's just going to make it easier, for your companions to work better. But once you learn how to work with the stuff, I mean, once you learn more about artificing, it is really going to help you. Maybe get you more of those nice little infusions you're looking for, huh?
Yeah. Okay. Well, do you have like a map to these mines? I mean, do you have like?
I have a bit of it myself. But yeah,
Okay.
I have a map to the mines, and rather, I don't go mining myself. I just buy it. I can just sell you some. I can make sort of gears for you, some holdover parts until you learn how to use them and build your own. Because I know, look, I get it. I get you. We like doing things ourselves, like being self-sufficient. I totally
absolutely.
understand. How would I make some parts for your friends? Just describe them to me. Give me some diagrams. I'll build some holdover parts. They'll get them working for when you need, and then you can fine tune and create stuff with some metal ore wherever you're going.
Well, what kind of cost are we talking here? I mean, you can see, I mean, I'm doing the best I can, but
I get it. Look, I'm gonna be real with you. I can do a patch job real quick. I can do it cheap. Adamantine, the great thing is you don't want to use the pure stuff. The pure stuff's really expensive. It's useful, it's expensive. Alloys with it, you can get some useful properties out of that while using a very minimal amount, so it won't be ridiculously expensive. I can do a patch job as long as, what you make them out
of. I mean, his outer shell. You know what dogs are, yeah?
Yeah, I know what
Okay,
dogs are. I like to
so
imagine this is the moment where you get into that technological discussion. Unless you
right.
really want to get into that, I can.
No, that's
But
fine. That's fine. Outer shell made out of steel. The inner gears and cogs are made out of copper, brass, steel, iron, just different kinds of metals.
absolutely. You talk over and over these different kind of components you need to put into this, Misfit, and he nods. He's like, all right. So we need to talk about like the points of stress. We can't replace his entire interior. That's work for you to do. I understand.
Yeah.
You probably don't want to pay for all that. So instead, he begins taking you through and actually offers not only to make them for you, but to teach you how to work with this new metal, which is a little harder, has a different melting point. And he'll do that all for, and he looks you over. I mean, are you willing to work as an apprentice for 2 months, or you got yeah, no, all right. I'll be honest with the pricing. Probably going to have about 1,000 gold for that. I can do 1,000 gold. Be fair with it, and trust me, this is because I'm making those alloys easier to work with. That's the best I can do for you.
I mean, I understand it. I mean, do I look like I got 1,000 gold on me? You
know? I know. If you're willing to work as an apprentice for maybe like 2 months, I'm not saying I'm not making assumptions of skill, but if I get an extra hand around, I can justify the cost of my business if I were to do it for a lesser price. But like, I've already done everything I could to find a cheaper way to make this. I mean, I know you probably know adventurer. You're not bleeding gold out your coin purse, but like,
yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I can't. I mean, I don't have too much to be here. I mean, my buddy's waiting on me, and we got to get out of here. I was just kind of hoping for maybe a quick fix.
How about this? I mean, you're not an adventurer. I don't want to ask you to do something dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, look at me. Like, I'm 3.5 foot tall. You know what I mean? Like, what am I gonna do? You know?
If you knew how to handle yourself a bit more, or if you do, I'm not making assumptions. I might ask you to help a shipment just move up north for me. I'm sending this north. News. You are? I mean, yeah, do you got maybe is your friend muscular? Does he look intimidating?
Well, I mean, yeah, he's a little bit bigger than me. I mean, I don't know if he's intimidating. He's kind of silly most of the time. I mean, kind of an older gentleman, you know what I mean? But I mean, but we are headed north, and
so I can knock down the pricing to 750 gold pieces if you do this for me. Move along with the shipment. Make sure nothing breaks. The idiots always shake the goddamn crates. I'm sending something up north to this. Okay, don't freak out. There's a giantess up there, and I was making her this like cool kind of cooking contraption. And I thought she paid a lot for it, and I'm doing pretty good. So I could afford to make a little bit of a loss on the patchwork for your friends if you were to make sure that this device gets to her in full. And then she says she's going to magically send me the money via animals. I don't really know how that's going to work, but she's a druid, so I assume she's capable of doing it.
Yeah. I tell you what, I don't have 750 on me either, but I do. Well, I tell you what, your alarm clock, your bird.
Yes.
Does it have any other abilities like let's say, I mean, this is a rough neighborhood, right? So I don't know if anybody ever comes in and tries to rough you up or anything, but can it can it help defend you in any way?
I've been working on that. I'm a hobbyist when it comes to artificing. I love making things move, but I got to be honest, I've never killed anyone in my life. I don't know how to make weapons. I mostly work on convenience items. I know how to make a thing heat up and cook food without needing a fire, and I think that's pretty cool.
No, that sounds really cool.
First thing about weapons, I have no clue.
So what about a trade, right? So like, I mean, I've got another companion of mine that I have with me. I have him shut down right now because of the cold, but his name's George.
Oh yeah, and the diagram you showed me.
George can do two things really cool, right? And this is something I'm pretty proud of. So in his tentacles, he can shoot darts.
Wait, what?
But like
Wait, how
he
did you
can
make
shoot
that
darts.
work?
Well, so like, and I'll get into a discussion of how the darts
Yeah,
are loaded
absolutely.
and so forth.
And he's like,
Here's
he
the
is fascinated this entire time. Like, oh, I never
here's the
thought of
cool
that.
thing, right? So you're an elf, you're magical, and as tinkerers, we learn infusions,
Yeah.
but I can send George out. Like if George was here now,
Mhm.
I can send George over to you and do a little bit of as my buddy calls it, finger waggling. But I could actually use George to administer
Wait,
healing.
you can channel magic through him as if he were a
Yes.
familiar,
Yeah.
like a distance arcane focus.
Yeah, like 30 feet away from me, right? So
Really?
here's my proposal, right? So what if I give you 500 gold, and I will leave some diagrams with you with some detailed instructions, and I can even work on your little bird friend here for you.
Persuasion check at advantage.
Okay.
You got this, buddy. You got it.
It's a 16.
You got me convinced. Yeah,
Awesome.
absolutely. That's great. I mean, right. Usually I'd say no. I'm very professional, but like, I recently made some money. Let's pay it forward. And I mean, if you're going to teach me how to defend myself with all the crazies down the street, I could use that.
That's a big group. That guy down there running his mouth. I mean, like,
I'm not going to speak ill of him, mostly because the last person who spoke ill of him doesn't have a tongue. So, yeah.
Well, you can make a mechanical one. I mean, just hook them up. Anyway, hey, check this out. So
I prefer not to.
Yeah,
I really prefer not to.
So cool. Hey, here, so here's the 500 gold. You've got my drawings. If you want to get started on that stuff for Misfits, and I'm gonna run back over where my buddy is and where we're staying at. I'll get these other diagrams drawn up for you, and I'll get some scripts and stuff done on the infusions for channeling the magic and stuff. And then
please,
a couple days, come back to you in a couple days.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be great. And I'll teach you how to work with the metal. Let's do it.
Awesome. Yeah, awesome. And just let me know where to pick that caravan up when we get ready to head out.
100%.
Let me know,
Yeah,
and we'll
I'll
grab
let you
that
know.
caravan for you.
It leaves in about a week. At this moment, as while working together, I'm going to montage this. I'm about to roll for the things you have set in motion.
Okay.
Girls doesn't actually need her leg amputated. Despite all beliefs, all things that would lead to that, I rolled a natural 20, which is the only thing. Here's how it goes. You actually notice something glowing, kind of golden in the scar around her leg where the bone had to be pushed back under her skin. And you come in, and quickly the priest rolls the light down, shifts over, looks at you. It was a miracle. Clearly, the gods have decided to bless her. And, in the same week, it just so happens that thieves broke in and stole a good amount of diamonds from us. Shame how that happens. But you get a miracle and a negative at the same time. She leans and says, "Don't let anyone see her wound." Take her out. As the wound has been sealed, seems one of the priests here doesn't like how things are going anyway, and decided to take matters into her own hands. As her leg has been saved. Now I'm going to do an important roll. How does smuggling them out of the city go? So, what you guys discover before you leave is several bodies were found in the road. Servants of the manor. But no caravan, and no signs of the caravan being taken. It seems they got by just a hair's width. As you see tracks fleeing in the distance, people dead in the road, stripped of their money. People did die, they were discovered, but it seems like they didn't actually get the caravan or the woman and child you got in there. Bit of tragedy, not full bad. Then finally, a roll just for me. Interesting. And you leave the city. Moving along this road, you leave near a bar in the distance. After you guys have finished this, Misfit and George are working again. You have, you know where you can get more metal, where you can fine tune them, but they are functioning right now. You think you can have them thriving once you get some time to work on them, Willhelm. Gordie, you saved a mother and child, but amongst the dead was Tommy.
Oh,
Seems like he fought well, though. And maybe you can hope his death was entirely necessary for the escape of the caravan. Old kid might not know how to fight, but he knew how to be brave.
attaboy.
Move onto the road, everything becoming harsher and colder as you move on. Are there any conversations going on as you once again sit down to camp? You're a week further into your journey, and the world's spine mountains loom in the distance.
If I can,
Yes.
hey Willie, I'm sorry I got so spun out around Mirror. Just a lot of dookie I just want to put behind me, you know. I mean, ever since I met Jesse, had the kids and set up the tree farm, been trying to do better, you know. I hope you didn't mean to lie to you or nothing. Just, I'm sorry, buddy.
Well, if I never ask you a question, then you don't have the opportunity to lie to me.
Mm.
So, I don't have the most innocent past. I mean, I definitely can't judge. You know what I mean? It kind of freaked me out a little bit. I mean, the way you kind of raged out without taking none of your candy. So, I mean, I knew something was up. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry. Them guys, to get any kind of angle on anybody, they'll rough anybody up. They're brutal. I never, you know, I mostly shook down folks, did the ambushing on the road, you know, clocked a rich merchant or two. But the torturing thing, it just turns my stomach even thinking about it. So
Yeah.
it just got me going. I'm sorry, buddy.
Nah, no need to apologize. I mean, like I said, the past is the past, you know. I mean, we're making ourselves who we are today, and well, I think you're a pretty good guy. So, like I said, no judgment from me, you know.
Yeah. And good work on my poor puppy, you know. Even though Misfit probably can't feel it, Gordie does it anyway and scratch under his chin.
Absolutely. And luckily, because of the onesie, you're not like scratching metal, you're actually scratching fur.
Yeah.
You're actually scratching fur at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was. Hey, oh, by the way, I mean, I'm guessing you might know this area and everything, but if we have time, that Elvin fellow, you know, I never got his name, man. All right. Anyway, he gave me a map to some of the mines to, you know, maybe I can find some more of this adamantine and things like that. I mean, that could really help me in the future. Some of my builds, you know, and I mean, he told me that Misfit and George should be able to make this journey, but you know, they're going to need some more once we get back home. And so, if we have time to maybe pop in one of these mines and you know, kind of go from there. It was so funny too. I mean, because I disguised myself as a beggar. You know, saw that Krill fellow. I think we could take him, but I saw him. But I made myself look like a beggar, and man, that elf didn't know no difference, man. I mean, he kept talking about how I wasn't no adventurer, and you know, he could tell I didn't have much money, and so
Yeah.
I'm just have a good time, you know. I mean, but that's what I mean. That's how I have to be in public, you know. Like gnomes are supposed to be fun and spontaneous and happy all the time. That's how people see gnomes, you know. And so I just had to kind of put on an act, you know. And but I don't know.
Gordie, make a perception check.
Okay. 10 plus 5, 15.
God. Why are Wilhelm's eyes so dark now? They used to be hazel, but it's like you're staring into the middle of the ocean in the dead of night. The only glimmer may be a bit of starlight reflected there.
Lean back. Listen, I know I've been on you, but something's going on with your eyes.
What do you mean? I mean, I can see just fine. I'll rub my eyes, but I mean, I see just fine. I don't know.
Take Roberta off my back and flip the blade right in front of his face.
As soon as I see my reflection, I go slightly catatonic for just a second and have a flashback to a dream I had just over a week ago about seeing my reflection in a blade.
There's a moment where you are staring at your reflection, you go catatonic, you have that memory, and only for you, the reflection brings a single finger up to its lips.
Willie, you see what I mean? It's weird, right?
I mean, I just saw myself. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's the sun shining off your blade. Kind of bright. I don't know. I mean, I just saw myself.
I look up at the night sky,
You're looking up at stars and the moon.
Realize maybe not.
At this moment, actually, you're really close to the giant spine. No, the world spine mountain range. You're seeing the aurora borealis right now. There are lights in the sky.
I'll drop it for now. Put my axe back and think we're gonna get a little answers, but and then just gesture up. Good luck on the trail.
And blues.
Yeah. I mean, I hope you get all these answers you're looking for, man. Like I told you, I got your back. I'm always here.
Okay, I let it be.
Wilhelm, you find sleep this night? Do you?
I have trouble going to sleep. A lot of stuff on my mind, in my mind. Back of my head, the base of my skull. Kind of a slight headache, probably. Tossing and turning.
Eventually, though it is a wrestle, sleep drags you down. What did your old mentor look like as you dream of the past?
Kind of a tall, I don't know, probably 6'1", pretty lanky, pretty thin, older, definitely seen some years. He always wore a dark blue velvet style robe with gold embroidery around it, signifying the order that he belonged to. Always wore a smile on his face. You could tell he was grumpy a lot. but always tried to wear a smile on his face and be friendly to everybody. Long salt and pepper hair and beard, like it just almost like it refused to go white, just had to maintain some color in it. And the gentlest eyes. I mean, just one of the gentlest people I ever knew.
What was the moment of your greatest pride with him? That moment of greatest happiness that really signifies that relationship you had?
The first time that I successfully created an infusion, I was making, it was the first clockwork animal that I made. Very small, like the size of a rabbit. Didn't look like a rabbit because I just wasn't that good at the forming of the metal or anything. But the moment that I took my hands off of it after trying to infuse the life into it, I took my hands off of it, and it began to hop around. It began to move. It came alive, and he just kind of looked at me and had this smile on his face. And he looked at me and he said, "You're going to be somebody, and you're going to do great things."
You're in that study. You feel yourself there. I like to imagine this is his study, full of books. He was a wizard. He was perhaps also knew of the artificing arts, but also was a man of magic and knowledge. And as your rabbit is just hopping around, he turns towards you. He mouths it, but you can't hear it. The rabbit hops around. He smiles, goes through the same exact copied motion of turning towards you from the rabbit up to you, mouths it, you can't hear it. Hops around. Is it looking blockier than it was before? Smiles, mouths it, you can't hear it. It's like you're underwater. You feel your own heart beating. Why is it so hard to breathe? Hops around. That's not a rabbit. That is a small cannon-shaped object. You remember making it. It stops down the room. He turns from it, mouths it. You cannot hear it. That is your firebolt machine. Turns from it, turns to you. His eyes are just as dark as yours. I can help you. You wake up.
Excuse me. I immediately look over to Gordie to see if he's awake.
It's morning. Gordie is making your cup of coffee, but you caught him in the act now.
Yeah, I just kind of shake it off a little bit, and sit up, look at Gordie. It's morning.
I kind of look. Hey there, bud. Yeah. Sorry, we're running low on the good shit. I mean, Maximilian, I have my antlers on the wall for pouring this terrible coffee, but it's what we got on the road, eh?
Well, I mean, hey, whatever works, whatever gets us going. And hey, I just wanted to say too, for the last however long it's been, I can always count on you to have a cup of coffee ready for me in the morning. And I just wanted to tell you that I appreciate you for that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, can't function in the morning without a cup of Joey.
Yeah.
And
So, and I'll go over and grab a cup of coffee and just kind of go back and sit on my bedroll and kind of an upright fetal position, I suppose. Knees kind of pulled into my chest, and call Misfit over, have him come over and sit beside me.
I just think
Nose.
we're almost there. We're almost there.
Almost there. Almost there. Gordie, you don't know if it's just your imagination, but before you set out that morning, you're almost sure that you saw Wilhelm had two shadows, one stretching towards the sun. The moment fades, and you move on. The world spine mountain range comes closer and closer and closer. And eventually, you begin climbing your way up. It is hard work. And I want to know, Gordie, are you having Wilhelm on the back of your platform as you're climbing up, or are you just having Wilhelm climb on his own? How is that working out right now?
Try to lighten the mood. I'm gonna watch, because I still remember that time I was trying to nab a zombie in a bag of holding.
Yep.
Scooped it on me and bragged about it. So I'm gonna let him sweat a little bit before I offer help.
Absolutely. And like, luckily the path up to your very important figure in your life path is not straight up rock face, so he's not going to fall down and die. It's bouldering. It's going over a harsh path, so he's not going to die. It's just going to be, he's going to sweat it. Wilhelm, athletics check.
Oh, this will go well.
This is payback.
13.
13, absolutely. You are not doing bad, but when you get to about the 5-hour mark, you feel like you're dying slowly on the inside, like your entire body's trying to kill itself and shut down. Might be because you have shorter legs, and this is a really big, these are some big boulders. Like, it's this moment where Misfit's doing great. Misfit's just plodding along next to you, and you're like, I am not made of machinery. I am made of flesh and blood, and I've been traveling through the wilderness, living off of what we could hunt in a fucking tundra right before a mountain. So you are hungry, you are tired, breath is heaving in slow, and the air is getting thinner. It is an experience like nothing you've had before.
I'm gonna pick up a rock. I'm gonna stop and sit down.
Yep.
I'm gonna pick up a rock and I'm gonna throw it at Gordie.
Make an attack roll at disadvantage. We're too tired to throw straight.
Please hit me. I deserve it.
Well, I rolled an 8 and a 17. I don't. My unarmed is a +4, so
it just kind of
12.
rattles off one of his antlers. Just you barely feel it. It's like you're aiming for his head, hit his antlers. It's not great.
If that's the case, I will try to dig deep. Whatever type of arcanic energy I might have, and I would like to cast message for 2 reasons. Mm-hmm. 1, because it doesn't take much strength, and 2, Gordie's kind of leaving me behind, and he hates it when people talk in his head. So, I am going to spin around on this rock, and I'm going to look at Gordie, and in his head, he's going to hear, "Hey, you big lug, I can't make it. Pick me up, put me on a platform."
I think back to the last time Javin talked in my head and I ended up inside of a gelatinous cube, and yeah, all right, come on, buddy.
Yep. It's just, you immediately get that sticky but also burning sensation. It's very weird being inside gelatinous cube. You're like, okay. Move back, toss them on top, and you move your way up the rest of the mountain. I'll have one athletics check from our Moosatar, as our big old moose continues to move up. I like to imagine mountain goat style of just like, there's this slight, not completely 90-degree angle of this wall. I'm just going to walk up the side of it.
Well, you're getting your payback. 5 on the die plus 8.
All right, so you get up the mountain. You're a big guy. Who are you? You're getting old. The age is getting to you. You are heaving out big old fog clouds. The cold up here is getting to you especially. Like, there are just icicles hanging down from your nose and down your fur. Willhelm, okay, the bad side about not climbing is how freakishly cold you are right now. It is fun for nobody. But eventually, carrying along with you as a group of climbers is working with you, holding a crate. You keep that crate generally upright. You keep them from dropping it down the side of the mountain as you come up to a home knitted from living tree that is curved together and wound. You see out front, in an area of same snow as everything around, but seemingly unaffected by the cold, a frost giantess. This is Olmea. She has a long pipe held in her mouth and is blowing out clouds of smoke that then turn into white puffy clouds and move up into the sky. And you actually see them gathering up in large rain clouds that move along and far away from the mountain. She fixes her eyes on you, and across her large, blue-tinged face, a smile that wrinkles every stretch of skin. Is that Gordie?
Madam, I've returned.
Well, clean off the ice off yourself. And she begins walking towards you, Shamble, a little bit of a hunch to her back. These big, heavy steps. Everyone around you is getting nervous as she stretches down, begins just brushing the ice off of you. Moves her hands. Warmth flows over the entire group. Now, I think you could all use a cup of tea.
Sounds mighty good now. Oh,
Strong or mild?
strong.
Right answer. She continues on.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is a very good friend of mine, Wilhelm. He's helped me.
You watch
So-
as she bends her knee down with a little bit of tension so she can stare eye to eye with you. Wilhelm. She breathes out, and her breath smells, despite the fact that she's been smoking tobacco, of a rain. Oh. You're a good sort. I know it.
Thank you, ma'am.
I am Olmea. I make rain clouds. To get straight up. All right. I should get a fire roaring. I remember you, cold hurts all of you. She moves off briskly, tucking up her sleeves. And she leads you towards the open doorway of a house knitted together by evergreen trees that have folded over each other. A wide table waits. She snaps her fingers, and a fire starts crackling in a fireplace that has no logs in it. No anything. There is simply fire. Merchants kind of bring forward their mechanism and said, this was for you. You order it it from, yes, put it over there. I'll set it up. Did it come with instructions? I don't know. Well, you better stick around until I find that out, shouldn't you? Val begins getting everything ready around you. And soon enough, as night passes over this house, she sits down with some tea, a newly set up mechanical contraption, which is currently cooking some stew for all of you, without the use of fire, without burning of wood, that just heats it up in the corner, as her roaring fireplace with a flame in the middle is far too intense to cook anything on it. As sits there, big old pipe still in mouth, blowing out the window. So, is this just a pleasant visit, or is the trouble I see on your faces mirrored in your hearts?
Fortunately, middle of the latter. Got been running into weird stuff. I mean, between Phandalin and Evermore, bunch of weird stuff. First of all, check this out. And I point up to my antlers that are covered in runes now.
Yeah, I noticed that. You didn't do that yourself, did you?
Nope.
Okay.
Woke up and parts of me, my arms, my legs, my nose just randomly grow. I don't know what the heck is going on.
She touches part of your antlers and your arm grows to twice its size. Oh! Oh, wow. Oh, that's real. Okay. Taps a different part and it back in.
Yeah, that's happening.
Gordie, what have you been doing recently? This is the kind of magic I haven't seen around in a while. This is power of the old runes.
Been fighting a lot of nasty folk and had to.
That adventurous stuff is not good for your health.
You're telling me.
Okay. And your friend here, is he accompanying you, or is there a reason he's got dark eyes?
I'll just
Why does
look him
everybody
dead.
keep talking about my eyes?
I'll just look at him and she can help you. Please.
Help me with what?
About the blade, Wilhelm. Tell her.
I'm not supposed to talk about it.
You can tell me. I will be perfectly honest with you. I have never forced my will on a soul. I show the right path. I offer trades. I have long since given up trying to enforce what I think is right. I merely nudge people on a better path. That's what I do. You can tell me, free of suspicion or fear.
Well, with all due respect, ma'am, it's not you that I'm afraid of. You know, we all have sordid pasts. As Gordie mentioned, we've been battling some stuff. And we ran into a fellow once, century-old, ghostly type fella. And well, I mean, he was attacking my friends, and I had to help protect my friends, and so I took him out. And ever since then, well, I mean, I've had a bit of a different magic that I can use. It's super helpful. I don't really use it that often. and I don't see any problem with it. I mean, Gordie here seems to think that I'm gonna be in some big trouble if I keep using this thing. But I mean, I don't, I don't really feel different, you know.
Are you lying?
I don't think so.
No, as I'm asking this for
Oh,
for your character. This is out of character. Are you lying? Because she is trying to incite you at this moment. She is watching you. She is suspicious.
not lying, just not being
Telling the whole truth.
100% forthcoming.
Deception check.
Does my buddy give me advantage? That is a natural 19.
Damn it.
She rolled an 18 with her insight, which makes it a 30. Olmea's been around for a very long time. She's looking you over, nods, leans back in her chair, which creaks under her weight. Stick around a while. I'm going to be helping Gordie, and if you feel the need to learn more about this magic or anything, I can perform all sorts of rituals to discover the nature of things.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, in the morning, Gordie, we're going to need to figure out how to make sure you know how to control those so you don't accidentally end up enlarging your heart inside of your chest, causing your bones to break and you to die terribly.
It can happen.
If you're really unlucky, yeah. Turns out, here's the issue, Gordie. What you have is the ability to increase your size, which I believe, I'm looking at the runes, they seem to be having some form of control over it. It looks like, the runes, they can give you abilities. They don't give you that ability. Have you been drinking a lot of potions of growth or like imbibing a lot of magical?
Yeah.
How many have you been taking in like a day, would you say? Have you been mixing the growth with the healing?
Yes. And before this happened, I drank 2 potions of growth, a potion of fire giant strength, and a potion of heroism and healing.
Well, thank goodness you drank the fire giant strength.
In my defense, it was a really nasty critter. All right.
So basically, what you've done, and I understand it can be very nasty critter. You decided to imbibe a potion that changes your physique. Then you took damage and you drank a potion that regenerates and remakes your flesh while your flesh thought it was big. And it did that by reprinting the parts of your body that currently had potion of growth in you. And that potion of growth got regenerated along with the rest of your body. So now, Gordie, you have potions of growth in your bone marrow. It is producing it. It produces it along with your everything else. The blood is produced in your bone marrow. You're basically, how do I put this? Your body is a cesspool of different magical potions being produced all at once. And if those activation runes on your antlers get hit in the wrong way by the wind or snow or by an attack, it might choose a part of your body to enlarge that maybe isn't so safe to be enlarged when the rest of your body is not enlarged, such as your brain. Imagine your brain being twice its size. Well, your skull. Are you seeing why this is bad?
Uh-huh.
But look, luckily you seem to have rediscovered an ancient power. That's great. We can work with this. We can Training starts in the morning. We're gonna figure this out. Now, I might need to carve a few new runes in there to make sure that they don't get activated at all times. It's only a thing you get to choose. Yeah, that work?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do
Yeah.
that. Wilhelm, was it?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else you need to do other than avoid learning about the powers that may or may not be trying to consume your soul?
No, ma'am. I don't think so.
All right. Then just hang around, rethink your life choices.
Okay.
And we will go into a montage at this moment. So, Gordie, you begin training with Olnea. It is hard work. It's like a whole new muscle, a new part of your body that's been placed there. And learning to use it with the fact that although she's carved certain runes into your antlers, that makes it very unlikely. You know that unlike most other parts of your body, if you flex it in the wrong way, the equivalent of pulling a muscle would be enlarging your brain so it comes out your eyes. So risky business. I want you to roll for me an intelligence check while I roll her a charisma check to see how good she is at teaching you. And I'm going to be honest, she is a very sweet old lady. She's a tough cookie, and from what you've seen, she might be a little bit blunt.
Yep.
So make your roll.
That's a 7 minus 1.
There are some debacles that occur. What I can only describe as debacles. There is that awkward time where one of your antlers grows larger and the rest of your body does not. And for some reason, it grew not only 2 sizes larger, it grew 3 times larger. And then the weight of that nearly caused you to topple down the side of the mountain. She barely caught you, pulled you back. I was like, okay, so we're going to redo that one. There were moments where you grew at the exact wrong moment, but only the upper half of your body grew. So then your legs just went into a full splits beneath you. You have never stretched that far in your life, definitely not as an old man. It was horrendous. It hurt. She needed to heal so many torn muscles. And at that moment, you just kind of sat with a big old just clump of ice wrapped in some rags on your crotch for the rest of that day, even after the healing. But eventually, we got to a moment of a bit of peace where finally the growth was under control. And she told you, all right, now we get to the fun part. This, much less likely to kill you. You might set your hand on fire, but it's fine. I need you to focus, because I noticed a rune on the side. I think this came from the fire giants, on something that represents to you both warmth, but not just warmth, artisanal crafting, something you know about creation, an object or substance or product that can be made by hand that takes skill to make, that is important to you. Create a rune there, and if you can think on this, if you can use this, you will be able to harness the power of fire.
Really?
You will be drawing into the ancient traditions of the fire giants. They were crafters, proud of their craft. And it doesn't just need to be metal. It can be anything. Weaving baskets. If it reminds you of the warmth of home, you can, yes, through the power of weaving, fire will take the form of weaving. And many different strands of burning, woven thread will wrap around your opponents and do some very nasty things. Whatever best represents it to yourself. How long did you spend meditating on that idea?
Not long, because as soon as she mentions fire and craftsmanship, my mind goes to the first time in Phandalin, Willhelm took Roberta and fixed her up and made her a little more sharper, and I was able to wield her a little better. And that was the first time someone did something that nice for Gordie. So He'll pull Roberta out, stare at the blade, and just remember the heat of the forge and when the friendship first started.
Very nice. Remember that. And what form did that symbol make across the blade? As this will be your fire giant rune.
I look at the haft of the axe, and this the shaft came from one of the oldest trees on the Mooselton property.
Mhm.
It was an old maple, so it'll be a maple leaf.
Maple leaf forms. And you remember the forge. So I like to imagine there's a maple leaf and there's a perfect reproduction of Wilhelm's forge in the background behind the maple leaf. And it forms in glowing orange across the haft of the across the haft where the wood meets the metal. Okay, that one was really fast. Growing big. That took work, but apparently, all right. Have you been meditating a lot recently?
I've been thinking a lot, sure.
All right. All right. I respect it. As she's beginning to talk about cloud giant runes, I want to know, Wilhelm, what have you been doing? These are months passing. You have time. You're around the area where you can find more adamantine, and you are left alone to your thoughts.
Yes, I mean, if I had the ability to do some mining to find some more of that metal, I would have done that. I probably would have spent some days laughing, just sitting back, smoking my pipe, listening or watching Gordie and laughing at him. But there probably would have been some time where I was off to myself, really fighting and trying to decide how much information I'm willing to give, how honest I'm willing to be. I have begun to enjoy this bond that I'm making with this blade and what it's capable of. And I don't know if I'm ready to give that up. But it's a struggle because I know how important it is to Gordie. And so, again, that battle of wills, trying to accept the bond of the blade, but not let it control me.
I will remind you, an interesting thing that you could use as motivation. The blade does not want you to learn about it. But as she said, she nudges people on the right path. She does not force you to get rid of this bond. She does offer to help you learn about it. And maybe you could use that if you want to go that route. You don't need to.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I would love to learn everything that I can about the essence that is the blade, because again, I like what it's capable of, and it does give me a sense of power, but I don't want it to control me. So if I could learn more about it and maybe learn how to harness its power, but not succumb to it.
Are you going to try and do this on your own or with her help?
Probably after a month or so, at least, of battling with myself. I would try to find some time to speak with her when Gordie's not around. And I would just tell her, look, I wasn't honest with you before, and I don't know, you seem extremely wise. You probably knew I wasn't honest with you, and I appreciate you not calling me out on that, but it's been a real struggle.
Lie, they have a reason. Usually they're afraid of the truth.
Well, maybe it is truth. I don't know if that's what it's called, but Gordie's my best friend, and he absolutely absolutely hates this thing that I'm battling with, and I don't know what this thing is. That's why I'm coming to you now.
You want to learn how to use it.
I kind of know how to use it, but it's trying to control me, and I want to be able to use it and control it. I don't
You
want to.
don't want it to use you.
Right. I don't want to succumb to its darkness. It's. I mean, I'm going to be honest. It's a great feeling. I feel like Gordie when he rages. Like that's how I feel when I wield this blade. But I don't want to lose myself.
You know, my husband once taught me about the clouds, about the sky. I had only known the ice, the water. He said something very funny where we love the rains. We love the snow. It can be beautiful. The gentle breeze. But the lightning is both a useful tool, the source of fire, and it is death. But I have used the lightning in the past, and perhaps this is no different. But it too is wild, powerful, and dangerous, and you need to know it. I will help you with this. I will make my suggestion, and then you may do what you wish. Now, we'll probably need to do a ritual later. I don't know of all things beneath the sun, and I don't even know if your thing can be defined as underneath the sun. But I have ways of learning about it. Now let me get Gordie to try and understand the cloud rune again. I'll be back.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Goes out. All right, Gordie. One more time. So, when thinking about cloud runes, cloud giants are very high-minded. They are beings of clever wit and misdirection, and yes, deception. That is not necessarily a bad thing. Theater is deception. Acting, all stories, they're deception. Is there anything in your life that you can really draw power from that is a deception?
And he's been dwelling on this one for weeks, and it's hard, and he's smoking his pipe more and more and more, and deception, covering something up, changing shape changer, Ninx. I think about Ninx, and I keep smoking my pipe, and Ninx, like, how can I relate that? And I look at my pipe that I can have to pipe of smoke monsters, and I can make it look like random things, and it took a lot of practice to get there too. I'm gonna try to conjure a smoke form and Ninx in front of me.
It's strange, trying to conjure the shape of Ninx, a being who takes many shapes. And like Ninx, as you focus on it, it begins to shift and change. And you think you have the hint of something. If you keep working on this, you think you're going to get it. All right. Keep working on that. I'm going to go do something for your friend. Focus on this. She moves off, large form, lumbering as you begin to focus and really try and envision, what does this mean? How can you relate to Ninx and take that over? This deception isn't really a big Gordie thing, I would say.
Definitely not.
Definitely not something you take pride in. And that's what you have to do to master this. And as you continue to think over that, Wilhelm, you're brought not into her house, but into a place behind it, amongst the mountains, as a yawning kind of ledge is above you, blocking out the light of the sun. All right. You watch as she gets several different herbs, twisting them, putting them into the ground, lighting them ablaze, and smoke begins to form around her hands, reaching through them and gathering them into what looks like clouds around you. All right. Have you ever heard of the legend lore spell?
No, I can't say that I have.
Kind of like this. Have you ever been on a intoxicant-induced spirit journey?
Well, Gordie and I do that almost every night after work at the tavern.
That's, wonderful. Are we saying like alcohol, or are we talking about like, have you gotten peyote or?
You know what? Well, I haven't been able to find peyote yet, but we got some really good plants that grow down there, and
Oh, all right.
good stuff.
So you might be somewhat ready for what's about to happen. We're about to go into a trip in your mind.
Okay.
So just breathe in deep and enjoy the ride as it begins swirling around further and further and further as you smell rain. I need you to roll a wisdom saving throw.
That would be a 9.
You get flashes of images. You see the very moment your firebolt machine exploded and killed your master. Past that, you see when you made the rabbit. Past that, you're a young boy. You have not even met your master. Past that, your baby in a crib. Past that, darkness. You see a heart pulsing. Something is curled around it. It doesn't quite look like a serpent. No, a serpent is not as thick, not as armored. A serpent doesn't have your face on the end of it. And it doesn't have many, many legs, which are connected all along your heart. You are small, staring at this massive, what I can only describe as 100-foot replica of your heart pulsing as the massive worm turns its head down towards you, looking at you with your own face. I can help you. Hello, Wilhelm. And in this moment, as this image flies away, you're in a flurry of just pure shadow. The thoughts come in scrambled, not tight, concise details, but you get certain thoughts as shame and guilt. When stripped away, we're all the same. You see the basic evolutionary branch of the entirety of your kind, where they came from, your Fey origins, everything stretching out into how gnomes became gnomes. But at the very beginning, you were an animal. You served your survival. You didn't feel guilt. You fed, you did what you needed to do to survive. And it is you. You are that ancestor. You are that creature who bashed the head in of a deer and ate it with the rest of your group, which you were bonded to by a necessity to survive. Past that. Past that. Past that. You are a little microscopic thing consuming. You were the first microscopic thing that decided to consume another microscopic creature. Because when every cell divides, the only thing there is self-interest, need, hunger, the animal. Beating of your heart. You are an engine of self-interest, of destruction, of consumption. And there's nothing wrong with that. Is it wrong to seek what fuels your body, what fuels your lungs? These constructs we find, love, necessity, those immediately fade away whenever someone's starving, don't they? Gordie's a great example of that. What happens when you're starving in the woods? Do you really hesitate to put a blade in the man who has the bread? Heartbeat. This blade is just you without the shame. That's what it wants to tell you. You awaken. The herbs are burnt away. There is a sword in the ground in front of you. You did not summon it. It is glowing. No, it's not glowing. It is eating the light. Immediately, you watch as Olmea straightens up, casts her fingers forward, and tries to dispel magic. But it does not work. Willhelm, are you all right? Are you you?
I believe so. I'll reach out and try to dismiss the blade.
Hello, Willhelm. I'm just helping. There are people coming up the path, Willhelm. You said you wanted to protect Gordie, right? I'm doing that. I'm doing that right now. And at this moment, mountain shakes. Olmea shifts. Oh, dear gods. I don't know what he is doing, but I know he is opening something. She looks around. He just opened a rift to the shadow plane. You hear your own heart beating. I'm protecting Gordie. The mountain shakes. Gordie, you can feel it now. The blade disappears. In the distance, up the hill, you begin to see them. They come in rough fur. They come in nicer studded armor. They come in full bestial rat form, and they come as a minotaur with an axe over his shoulder, stepping forward. Krilla has sent someone to finally kill you. At this moment, I want to ask, do you guys have the time and energy to have a fight?
Yeah.
All right. That said.
Oh boy.
Gordie, you are at the top of this hill. Willhelm, you may enter at the top of the map.
Okay.
This particular section of the mountain is called, what was this called? Ah, yeah, the Long Joint Trail. It is a thin little bridge, and falling off to either side into the black stone is to fall off into a 500-foot drop. What it is probably death. And there comes a band of killers. Some bandits you're much better than, some others dangerous. And for some reason, as they're coming up, as the Minotaur looks up, a man you have not met before, Gordie! You can feel the mountain shaking, and you don't know why. Roll initiative.
Okay.
So alone, you probably can take all these guys, but a good number of them. They are all going to aim at Gordie. So here's what we're going to do, as they are, oh no, Also, the orcs get to move on this turn, which means we're going to get a different kind of attack at some points. He is going to step right here. Yep. As these orcs move in, he's going to move right here. All right. Gordie is going to take a large number of attacks. This first one is going to be at advantage. And this is going to be 2 of the kind of lower bandits, the sort of cannon fodder of this group. You know, they're the ones they send in first to eat up the arrows in a guarded caravan. They've been trained well enough. That is going to be a total of a 20 to hit. That one misses. However, you are going to take 6 points of slashing damage from the first strike as one comes forward with one of their axes. This is going to be then... Okay. We're going to get one more scimitar strike. That is absolutely going to hit. That is over 20. You take another 6 points of slashing damage. Then the ones in the back are going to throw hand axes. Natural 20. That is going to be a total of 9 points of slashing damage. Another natural... Why? Stop. That is going to be another 9 points of slashing damage. Last one misses. Goes sailing right over your head. Then, we're not done yet. The orcs, these are the specialty. These guys aren't the best, but you know they drug themselves up before this fight. You can see their eyes dilated, their mouths foaming. And so they're each going to get multi-attacks against you. Luckily, they don't have advantage. That first one is going to be an 18 to hit.
Yep.
That is going to be another 18 to hit.
Yep.
That misses. That is a nat 20. They're not fucking around. I'm going to roll the first 2 attacks that are not... Great. That is going to be 15 points of slashing damage, followed by, and this is going to be the nat 20. Okay, that's merciful. That's a little more merciful. I like that. That's going to be 8 more points of slashing damage. As they just come in, axes swinging, just cutting into you, trying to bring you down. You get flashbacks, memories of how you were overwhelmed. But this time, you're a little bit stronger. Gordie, it is your turn. At this moment, the Cloud Giant rune, you don't know if you can make it work. The Fire Giant rune, you know you can make it work. The Growth, you're already making it work. You're already enlarged right now. What are you doing?
Alrighty. Well, first of all, it's time to bonus action rage. Grab some sugar and cram it into my craw. Woo! And oh boy, I'm surrounded. I'm gonna start north. Gotta try to clear some of these little fellers. So
Absolutely.
I'm going reckless. Roberta, 24 to hit.
24 to hit absolutely hits.
And that's 14 damage for the guy to the north of me.
Guy to the north of you, kill him immediately. Your axe goes through him, catching him in the chest, lifting him and sending him flying back. His viscera spews from his open body. You eviscerate that man.
Directly south. Reckless.
All right, go for it.
Thank God. 21 for 9 damage.
21 for 9 damage. Let me quickly check something. These guys, again, they are cannon fodder. However, they get tougher. They must have gotten more training as this guy manages to survive. He looks heavily wounded, but you slash through a bit of his armor and he's still going.
Action surge.
Action surge, go for it.
17 for 10.
Oh yeah, that'll hit.
Same guy.
Same guy, roll that damage.
For 10 damage.
10. dead. You bring the axe up first, slashing. He steps back. You bring it down. You lop off his arm. He screams and falls off the side into the ravine. Blood spewing.
Okay, last smaller fella. I gotta clear him out.
Go for it. Go for it.
22 for 19 damage.
22 for 19 damage. He is dead immediately. Your axe goes through him, splitting him full in half.
Right. I'll just take a step back and I'll just say, I ain't going down that easy there, fellas. That's my turn.
You watch as bandits from the back that had saved their action just for that moment come in, staggering their attacks, and both pull back and throw hand axes at you. Why are they rolling so well? That is 23. That dice is getting retired. Sorry, that rolling too well. Those two hit. I'm keeping that as a constant. I'm switching up my dice because that's not okay. That's statistically improbable. That is going to be 8 points of slashing damage. However, you're raging, I believe, so that's halved. So you can have that. And in the back, you watch as 2 more of those orcs pull up crossbows, and they're going to fire at you. That is an 18 to hit.
Hits.
And a 17 to hit.
Just hits.
Okay, good. Low damage rolls. That's going to be 5 and a 3, so that's going to be 8 points of piercing damage in all.
Another 4. Okay.
Another 4. As they launch 2 more. Next up in the initiative, the were-rat. You see this big, ugly-looking rat man, just bare, like his clothes already torn from his transformation, like something straight out of the Waterdeep sewers. And he begins charging straight for you. Being a were-rat, he's pretty dang fast. Luckily, he is not fast enough to reach you without fully dashing, which he will, as he is a madman. As this were-rat charges fully in to where one of the dead had been, just up the side of the hill, up the side of this mountain, just dashing straight at you. That is the were-rat's turn. Willhelm, it is your turn. What are you doing?
So immediately I would like to use part of my movement to run, and then activate my boots of springing and leap onto the platform on Gordie's back.
Leap onto the platform. Absolutely. On top.
As soon as I get up onto the platform, I will put my hand in the center of Gordie's head and tell him, I told you I'll always have your back, and I will cast Enlarge.
All right.
Which, point of order, by the way, puts me about 20 feet in the air.
Oh, melee is going to have a very hard time getting you. Very hard time.
And we will, they can move on their own. So George will just kind of come up from behind us. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, he can get around here. Misfits, with my bonus action, Misfit will come around here, and he'll go ahead and take a tail slash at this orc. That's an 18 to hit.
All right. 18 to hit at that orc? Absolutely. Misfit comes for it. Roll that damage.
7 points of damage. Force damage.
7 points of damage. Okay. He takes that amount of damage, but he seems tougher than the rest. Grits his teeth and keeps fighting. That's 7 points of damage. Fantastic. Very well done. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
And your turn. You hear screaming in the background as the rumbling of the mountain begins to still, as screaming out the incantations, Olmea is plunging her hands into the earth and seeming to try and keep whatever is happening under control. As you are feeling more things begin to shake, and actually rocks begin to fall off the edge of this path. That said, he has that. Crossbows. Yep, you're within range. They're here to kill Gordie, but one of them will spare a shot, absolutely, at Willhelm. One shot at Willhelm. Misses. Luckily, you duck behind one of the antlers. You're not getting hit. One at Gordie. That is going to be a 15 to hit. Does that hit you?
No.
Fantastic. They all fire with their teeth. That happens there.
Oh, shit. I went reckless. He has advantage.
Thank you for letting me know. Does not help them. Now here comes the scariest turn. As you see at the back, what looks like an old member of the group, a caster you know fairly well.
Oh, fuck.
Specifically, a servant of Baphomet. As he wraps down his sleeves, tugging them down, and reaches out, he is going to try and ensnare you in a hold person. I need you to roll a wisdom saving throw. He simply reaches out.
21.
You have often heard the call of Baphomet, but you refused him before and you refuse him now, as they call trying to use your own rage against you to paralyze you, to just fill you with so much you cannot move, but you force it off. You spent your entire life fighting your rage, and you are not going to lose now. As grits his teeth, and he gestures back. The ogres, who seem to be wielding longbows? Krilla has changed his tactics, as you see two ogres take out finely made longbows, made for their size. Luckily, one of them has those, another has the javelin. Javelin boy is going to move forward. Javelin throw. That's a 21 to hit you, Gordie.
What's that?
21 to hit you.
Yep.
That is going to be a total of 11 points of piercing. You get to have that. And then the one with the longbow, he threads 2 arrows into the bow and pulls back. Going to make 2 attacks against you. That's a 20 to hit, and that's a miss. Why am I making it so obvious? I'm curious. So that's going to be a total of 13 points of piercing as an arrow hits into you. It is this long shot. Like, this thing is the size of a ballista shot. As they pull back, at that moment, the Minotaur gets to move. He turns his head up to the sky and says, "I am the right hand of Krilla!" Rushing towards you. Okay. Okay. I just need to quickly make sure I got that movement correct. Okay. Good. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah. He is going to absolutely just charge forward like a madman. For some reason, you notice he's moving at twice the speed he normally should. He is hasted. You notice an empty potion bottle falling to the ground behind him. He is going to make a gore attack at you first, as he lowers his twisting, curved horns and tries to rip you open at the belly. Only gets a 16. However, he is reckless attacking. And he still misses. As you grab him by the horn, they have used this move against you far too many times. You've used it quite a bit yourself. However, he does have that hasted action, and he is going to bring the axe around. That is a miss as well, as you manage to catch it in your half. This guy is strong, incredibly strong, and his eyes are dilated with rage. That is currently everything they can throw at you. Now, a very specific turn, initiative 1. Let's see how well Omea's doing. I need Gordie to roll a 1d3. Actually, yes, we'll do Gordie this turn. 2. You watch as the earth begins to shift and break open. You watch as a massive rent appears in the middle of the earth, and that is not all. Spraying out of the hole, you watch a massive, strange, twisting worm, and Willhelm exactly like the one from your vision, but without your face. And smaller worms begin to spread out and attack any living thing near them. As they function via the most basic animal law, survival of the fittest. And they are going to try and kill everything. As you watch 3 of them immediately go for the ogre here. I'm going to do quick rolls. I'm going to describe it afterwards. That way you don't need to sit through me fighting myself. You watch as 3 of them leap on. He manages to bat away 2, but one pins itself to his chest, sinks its teeth in, and begins trying to burrow inside of him. As I need to mark that and that, as the ogre lets out a roar of pain as it is burrowing and melding past his armor. Up here, the nearest tasty morsels are bandits. You watch as that bandit gets one, it burrows into his throat, and he dies choking, falls into the ravine. Actually, theatrical effect, they're gone. You don't know if they're dead. They're gone. They fall into the ravine and are never seen again. The big worm is going to take its multi-attack, immediately killing this one over here, gobbling it up, turning, immediately swallowing it whole, and it has 2 of these guys right beneath him. He's going to attack another one, killing it instantly, as it is right about here, twisting around, just eating all of them, as this last little worm surges out of the hole. And that one bandit is trapped between 2 worms and is barely surviving. At that moment, that is the term of the abominations. Back up to the bandits. So, the orcs are full on filled up with these drugs and do not care. So they are going to continue attacking Gordie, just madmen.
The one right in front of Misfit will get deflect.
Good. That's disadvantage because that one rolled over 20. And that makes it miss. Second attack. That is over 20, it will still hit. The second attack does, the first attack misses. As that is going to be a total of 5 points of slashing as he cuts him with the attacks. The other one is going to roll. Does an 18 hit you?
Yes.
That is going to be a total of 4 points of slashing. followed by their second attack, which is only a 15 to hit.
No.
All right, fantastic. You catch that one by the wrist, force him back. You feel like you might have broken bones, but he doesn't care. He just switches his axe to another hand, grinning. The bandits, however, just witnessed abominations rend themselves out of the earth. And as much as these guys love working for Krilla, absolutely need to make a morale check so they don't either freeze up and soil themselves or run. One of them freezes up and just stares up at this, his eyes going wide. Another one runs. This guy is currently paralyzed with fear as he turns around to stare out at the monster summoned by Willhelm's blade. I am going to mark him as such. Paralyzed. This guy is going to try and run. Oh no, he has nowhere else to run. So he is just going to desperately try slashing at everything. As he has a hole behind him, he does not want to jump down a mountain cliff. He misses. As he keeps on trying to hit this thing, it is just bouncing off the side of its hide as this dwarf is just like flipping out. The other one just slack-jawed, staring up. They're just lucky that no one was standing over that ravine when it appeared. Okay. So, next up in initiative, Gordie, what are you doing?
This Minotaur's got to go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so after locking horns with him, bonus action, second win, I'm going to take a deep breath.
Yes.
That's 1d10 plus 3 now. So 6. Back to me. That's my bonus. And I'm gonna recklessly attack the Minotaur.
All right, go for it.
1, 2. And on that natural 20, I'm gonna dump in my fire rune for 48 damage.
You absolutely go for that.
So the first strike, a 19 for 17 plus 5 is
22.
All right, 22 points of damage.
And then
22.
the crit is 5 plus 4 is 9, 17 plus 8.
58.
Plus the 24 from the fire rune, and then he has to make a strength saving throw.
Yeah.
He looks incredibly weakened, but your slashing damage doesn't seem to do as much damage as it should, as he is full of just a deep, dark, bellowing rage. One you find very familiar. Strength saving throw. That is a total of a 16.
This is new. Fire rune. Yeah, I know it's constant.
Your strength score, +4 modifier, +3. You'll have a DC of 15. So, this, what does it look like, however, as it spreads over him?
All right, I focus on the maple leaf and remember the heat of Wilhelm's forge. And the branch heats up, the metal heats up the branch, and maple sap shoots out and tries to form molten maple shackles on him.
As it forms over him, burning him, you watch as he just slams his fist together, shattering the maple as it just begins to harden, forcing it off of him. Smoke curls off his form, and he looks up at you. I have made Krilla never miss you for a day. I am the right hand he deserves. As he is looking up into your eyes, just thick with veins and tightened muscle. I will say, he's pretty young, probably around 21. At this moment, you go down to the were-rat, who, at this moment is in a bestial rage, but he's also a were-rat, which makes him a little bit clever. Looks around, he's going to shift his way around here, not wanting to get near those creatures that are bursting up, but he is absolutely going to try and take advantage of the advantage you've given him. First, he'll go for the bite. 20 hits you. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw as his teeth sink in.
24.
This is a stronger were-rat than normal. Like, you see it's beefed up. This is like a sea rat. It deals a total of 11 points of piercing damage to you. But you feel some sort of fetid disease begin to spread into you, and you force it off. The power of Sylvanas' grace within you acting just as much as those threads of Baphomet are still in you. And you will not be contracting lycanthropy at this moment. However, he's going to take a short sword and try and stab into you. That advantage, he gets a 20. That is going to be a total of 7 points of slashing damage as he just cuts along your lower back. Yeah. Let me turn that music just a little bit lower. I love the music, just needs to calm down a little bit. That happens there. I am retiring that dice as well. We're going with a different one. Yeah, we'll use this one. You will be reasonable for me. I might switch to online pretty soon, but we'll see. I'm going to put my dice in dice jail for being too good. Willhelm, what are you doing?
Gordie, what's your health looking like?
12.
All right. So I brought one special potion with me.
Mm-hmm.
I have a couple. I have 2 regular healing potions, but I brought a special one. I will climb up on Gordie's head, grab him by a nostril, forces his upper snout back, and down his throat, I will pour my one and only potion of supreme healing.
Okay, yeah. You, knowing your friend's in danger, even past this growing thing in the back of your mind that shouts, preserve yourself. That's meant for you. That can keep you alive.
You can
You are
keep
going
me
to take
alive.
And you take care of your friend. You shove the supreme healing potion down his gullet, and some health pours in.
Was it 8? Is that 8? Supreme is that?
No, Supreme.
Is that
I
the
think
10?
I think that's the 10. Yeah, Supreme is Supreme. That is the greatest health potion.
10d8 plus.
Oh, is it 10d8? 10d4, I believe.
Or 10. I'm sorry, 10d4. Yeah.
10d4 plus 10, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
It is insane. It's insane, is what it is.
That's 37.
37
10d4 plus 20.
plus
Oh.
20. Okay,
So-
plus an additional 10. 47.
47.
Gordie, your veins glow blue. Your body floods with warmth. Your heart doubles in its rate. And suddenly, your wounds are sealing up. You are alive and well.
And you're too far away. Yeah, I use my bonus action to let Misfit attack again. That's a 24 to hit.
All right. 24 to hit absolutely does hit.
6 points of force damage on this orc right here.
Cuts into him, more blood flows out. Still up.
That's me.
All right. Damn good turn. Crossbows. Seeing that, the health potion, they shift their aim, but all focus on Willhelm.
Mm-hmm.
You see special bolts loaded in. They seem to be tipped with some sort of strange green material. And they begin to fire. That is going to be a 24 to hit.
Shield.
Healed. It shatters, and you see this hissing green liquid pour across and melt away the shield.
Okay.
As the next one comes in. However, that one misses, hits the side. At this moment, you don't know what that was. It ate your magic. The other one flies over your shoulder, does not do as much damage as they're growling, yelling over to the caster as they pull out new bolts and load them. These are tipped red. Krilla has been making a lot of friends. We go down to the Minotaur, the ogres, and the caster. The ogre, 2 arrows, Willhelm. That's a 25. First one. Second one misses. First one is a 25.
So 26,
Gordy.
26
Yes.
on a con save for enlarge.
Very cool, very cool. Gordy, at this moment, you do know you can try and use the cloud rune. You don't know if it will work. That is going to be a total of 11 points of damage as it glides forward. Tears along your arm, cutting into your bicep.
I'm worried now. I hear him shout. Hauling on the pipe more and more.
Yeah. You watch as the one with the spear in hand and the shield, staring around these worms, is going to focus on preserving himself. You watch as he just stabs straight through the one that's trying to burrow through him, killing it instantly. He is then going to turn and stab another. Yeah, that'll hit him. Kills that one as well. Throwing their bodies off as they lick this kind of black ichor. Yeah, these ones haven't gone yet. They're gonna aim for Willhelm, both of them. Willhelm, does a 20 hit you?
Yes, it does.
Next one misses, however. Oh, that's gonna be this. That is 11 points of damage. Another one tears, this time lodging in your bicep.
Hauling on the pipe more and more.
Yeah. All right. That is... Now it is up to the Minotaur, who has his eye set on you, luckily. He is going to take both his attacks reckless. Great axe. That is going to be a 21 to hit.
Yep.
20 to hit.
Yep.
As he lands hefty strikes into you. There's going to be a 10 slashing, 12 slashing. Yikes. Yeah. The caster, next up. Hold person didn't work. He's not going to repeat that. You watch, however, as he folds his hands together. And how far can he summon that? How much of a bastard can he be? Yeah, that's a bastard range. Let me quickly see how far away. He is absolutely going to move up here. As a bonus action, he will summon a spiritual weapon behind Willhelm. This looks like the horns of a minotaur swirled around just pure flame, flickering around a stone face. As he's going to try and hit you with it. I'm going to start switching to digital real soon here. That's going to be a 20 to hit.
Was it a natural 20?
Not a natural 20, not a natural.
Okay.
Only 5 points of radiant force damage as it slams into you. However, I need to make a dexterity saving throw as he's going to then sacred flame you.
Okay. I'm sorry, what was the damage on that?
5.
Dexterity save. I just rolled a 24 for a con save on enlarge.
You're good, you're good.
That's a nat 20 on a dex save.
Willhelm is resisting the pain, and as this flame begins just sparking up on the platform, you dodge aside, grab one of Gordie's antlers, and hang yourself off the side of his head, managing to avoid it real well. Very nice.
I get that bungee cord installed.
That said, yeah, that's all the caster can do. Now, I need to have another roll, as Olmea is trying to keep this side of the mountain together. This time, no other holes open up in the side of the mountain. No abominations spring forth, as she manages to keep it under control.
Not a girl.
So, back up. Bandits. I'm going to, this man, let's see if, oh, sorry, I still need to have the actual abominations go before I do that. This one, that misses, that hits. You watch as the massive worm snatches that one up. Smaller one strikes the bandit behind and begins consuming him. This creature turns and begins writhing forward over the corpses as it seeks its next meal. Anything living and moving. This one critter down here is going to try and attack the ogre. Does not, as he brings up his shield, bashes it away. All right. So, now we get the bandits. So, they are crazy, and they're going to continue attacking Gordie. Two strikes against him. Miss. Miss. There we go. Statistical probability. Miss. Miss. Okay. All of them just begin striking. Wait, did you reckless?
Yep. I always reckless.
Miss? No, that's miss. Miss. Okay, there it is. They all rolled sub 10. So all of them miss. They are striking towards you. At this moment, as much as like the drugs are getting to them, they're foaming at the mouth. They're shouting with glee. The shadow of this worm is cast over them. And they turn back. And they begin taking a few steps back as that does enough of a job to intimidate them. The Minotaur at no point takes his eyes off you.
Yeah.
Then these two at the back, because I've been having them on the wrong initiative order, are absolutely going to take shots at Willhelm. Firing. 21 to hit.
Yep.
These is a red tinged arrow flies towards you. It hits. Bursts into flame.
I'm going to use my reaction. As soon as I see this red tip arrow going to him, I just shout, Wilhelm, no. And as I'm hauling on the pipe, I think of Nynx's greatest deception, and I pictured Golden Sand making a T-Rex. And I blow the
Abs-
smoke out.
Golden sand appears, and suddenly smoke begins to form a giant T-Rex like shape. I need you to roll for me. This will either be charisma or wisdom. I know the DC.
Gotta go wisdom.
All right.
Two.
2. You try and bring to bear. You're so close, but not yet.
Oh, 9. So 11.
Ignore what I just said. You bring this smoke-like T-Rex into shape. The tail stretches in front of Wilhelm just as the bolt goes forward, and it never exits the other side of the tail. Instead, where do you want the T-Rex to belch fire on?
That caster's got to go right at the caster.
Absolutely. Is he within 30 feet of you?
Oh, shit. That's right.
Sadly, you can't hit the caster, though you see him surprised as he watches you. Thought he knew all your tricks, and suddenly you're pulling out magic. Huh. Who do you want to hit with fire?
Just an orc beside me. That's fine.
All right. The orc beside you?
Yeah.
Okay, let's roll that damage. You watch as he takes 20 points of fire damage and dies immediately. Screaming, set ablaze, moves to the side. The second one misses Wilhelm entirely, hits in the ground, and scorches out a large patch of snow into scorched, burnt earth. The crossbowmen curse and begin loading normal bolts. Well done. That is the end of that. Gordie, what are you doing?
I can't believe that worked.
That
Anyway,
works. Yeah, you did it.
let's focus on the young buck.
All right.
As these thoughts are going through my head, I'm careful with my shots. I'm still trying to put him down. I don't want to kill him.
Okay.
But he's still got to go down. Reckless.
Totally. So you turn it over and begin hitting with a blunt side.
So that's 24 for the first hit.
24 to hit. That absolutely hits. And he's been recklessing, so you have advantage.
Oh, so I wouldn't have to reckless. Okay.
Yeah,
so
you don't need to reckless.
Awesome. That's 15 damage.
15 points of damage, and then another 13 points of damage. He is looking rough. Beleaguered.
Plus the D6 from Giant's Mind. I forgot about that on the first swing.
Roll that D6.
So another 1 point.
Even rougher. He is looking rough and beleaguered, though he is bleeding, bruised. I'm the right hand.
Yeah. You youngins got a lot to learn, and I'm gonna try to hammering horns him off the cliff.
Okay. All right. He is going to need to make a strength saving throw. I will let you know if this happens, he dies.
Oh, die! He's got to go.
That will take him 500 feet down. He'll
Yeah,
die.
he's got to go.
Which I'll have the fun. Do you want to prove you could do this, but don't actually do it?
Yeah.
Depending on, he succeeds. You couldn't. You lock horns, heads butting, your eyes a mere inch away from each other as you just see the dilation, the anger, the hatred. Real mirror of your younger self at this point. As you were locking horns with this Minotaur. It is the Were-Rat who is going to try and kill Gordie. That is going to be a 20 to hit.
Yep.
And that is only a 17 to hit.
Just barely hits.
Okay. I'm going to need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Right.
Take a total of 9 points of piercing damage from the bite. That is a total of 5 points of slashing damage from the short sword.
6. Okay. And I rolled a 25 for the con save.
25 from the con save. Digital's going to be really slow. I am going to switch to digital rolls for very important ones because this moment I'm rolling a little too good and I don't like it. So Constitution, I need to try something else. Maybe the digital will be like, I might need to get my dice checked or something. I don't know. I don't think I need to get my dice checked. I'm just mad at statistics not behaving. That said, that's a successful Constitution saving throw. You take that damage to the back as this creature, this were-rat, continues to tear into you. However, at the end of its turn, Willhelm, I can help you.
Already been thinking about it. All right. That's an 18 on a religion check.
It comes immediately, shooting into your hand. At this moment, your eyes are completely black, no lights. Now, let's eat.
I don't know how you want to run this because this is all kind of new territory, but can I use a bonus action to raise the sword in the air and attempt to command the abominations to go
I will say right now, touching the sword, you know the nature of these things. This was a reckless thing to do. These things are not under the blade's control. It simply decided to reach into a dark place and rip these things free and put them here, knowing they wouldn't care who they attacked, knowing that might better your chances. However, they do not care who they are attacking.
Okay. Then where do we want to go? I am actually going to jump down from the platform, attempting to strike the were-rat.
Go for it. You jump down, blade ready. Yes!
It's a 17 to hit.
17 absolutely hits the were-rat. And it has no resistance to this, as this is attacking his mind.
That'll be
soul.
15 points of psychic.
The rat shrieks as it is undergoing quite a bit of pain. It is still up. You can continue striking it.
Yeah, we'll swing again. That is a 26 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit. That'll do it.
And another 7 and 8 is another 15.
15.
7 and 8, okay. 15 points. Yeah.
15 points. You are tearing what you now know large segments of this being's soul away. And it is munching every single time. You take a total of 7 points of psychic damage as something is leached away from you too. However, as the sword grows, and in this segment, as it is not being controlled, add an extra d6 to any damage you're dealing with it, as the blade is currently completely out of control.
Times 2d8 plus an extra d6. Okay. I'm trying to get my dice separated here.
Sorry, no, not an extra d6, an extra d8.
An extra d8.
It is going to now do 3d8 instead of 2d8.
Okay.
You also feel this will do more damage to you.
Right.
Yeah.
As my bonus action, I'm actually going to shotgun a general healing potion.
Absolutely. Shotgunning it.
2d4. That is 2, and 4 is 6, plus 2 is 8.
Okay. Health surges into your form. Very nice. Very nice.
And then Misfit's going to move. He's just going to move up so he can continue trying to help deflect some attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a little leery of this abomination, but he's going to do it anyway.
All right.
That's me.
All right. The two crossbowmen, normal crossbow shots this time. They're aiming back at Gordie, knowing they got to take him down. That is going to be a total of 18 to hit. That's going to miss. Four points of damage as they only manage a glancing glow on your cheek. However, they are just continually firing, beginning to reload. They don't seem to have any special bolts left. However, after them, Minotaur, Ogre, and Caster. Okay. The Minotaur, 2 reckless swings at you, no matter how rough he's looking, continues to attack. Two arrows. One, as he spreads them across with his middle finger, one at Willhelm, one at you. The one against you misses. The one against Willhelm. I don't think an 18 hits Willhelm.
It does not.
You quickly duck behind his head as 2 arrows fly past you, one sticking heavy into the earth behind you. Then comes this last ogre, which is going to stab down and end the life of this small abomination. Yeah. Then he's going to move forward. Moving here, running, and you watch him leap across the distance. Reaches over, stabs down into the last abomination, killing it. Amongst the small abominations, there are none left alive. The large one is still massive and looming. At that moment, then we go to the abominations. We're going to see how Gordie, 1d2. No, actually, this time, Willhelm, 1d2.
Oops. Two.
How fortunate. You watch at the bottom of the hill. Another rend in the earth, splitting more of the cliff. Your stepping is becoming unsteady. There's more rumbling. And out from all that, you see springing forth from the earth more of these strange abominations. Spring out from the wounds in the earth. And I will do some quick rolls as this is not good for a certain caster as he turns back, sees the earth open up, and this massive thing looms over him. Oh, no. As Strike, you watch as the crossbow man in front of the or directly below the caster gets torn in half. These two creatures are going to go for this crossbow man. Jesus, calm down. They both go into him, burrow from either side, and move inside of his body. He falls over, writhing as shapes are moving beneath his skin. Okay, the ogre archer, luckily, is tougher. However, does get bit by one of them. One of them latches on and begins burrowing inside of him. This one is also going to attack him. He's the nearest living creature. Who cares about size? They know no fear. They try and strike him. He backs it away, but this other one is having to grab on and keep it from burrowing deep inside of his chest. The abomination's up here. 3 creatures are closest to it. Okay. That's going to be a strike against Gordie. 2 strikes. Miss. As it snaps forward, you can barely manage to dodge aside. That is a 24. That'll hit. Okay.
That orc under it is still alive, right? The abomination
Yes, it is.
by Gordie, that orc is still alive, I think.
I think you're right, and that is absolutely closer. You watch as its head snaps down. And that is a dead orc immediately. This thing does some massive damage with those jaws. Tosses part of the body away, the legs flying off the cliff as it and mandibles stretch out and shove the body deeper inside where it swallows it whole. At that moment, that ogre, that orc is absolutely insta-killed. As this thing is writhing now in front of you. The Minotaur doesn't even seem to see it. At this moment, that is the abominations. There are 2 remaining bandits, and they are going to, instead of focusing on you, focus on trying to preserve the life of their kind of caster. They're going to leap forward into battle with it. They are doing damage. They're stabbing and hacking into this thing. going absolutely wild against its frame. They're getting past some of its armor, causing black Icarus blood to spill out of it. They do not kill it. That is the only one of the bandits, their former ranks, alive. Gordie, what are you doing?
Okay, first of all, I'm going to look down at Misfit and give out 2 quick short whistles. That's get ready to block. I'm going to take the attack of opportunity to back off both of them, and I'm coming around this side.
So, worm to bites. Worm
Deflect.
misses, comes towards you, deflects. That's good to use it against that one. That one misses out hand, but that is just the one you'd want to block. As it snaps forward, yeah, that is some crushing force. You move back. The Minotaur cannot take an opportunity attack against you because you're still in its combat range.
Oh, okay. I thought I had to walk around the were-rat to get
Oh,
there.
if you'd like to, yeah, walking around the were-rat, that's actually quite sensible.
You're 25 foot tall. You just step over it.
Oh yeah, never mind. You can just step over it. You're
Okay.
fine. You don't need to. I'll actually absolutely allow you to just be like stepping over him. And the were-rat's like, oh god.
Okay, and I'm gonna try locking horns with this kid again, and I'll say,
All right.
Last chance. It ain't worth it, bud. Trust me.
All right. He is lost to the rage. He is deep in it. I will allow you. This you think will not work. Telling him, trying to reach out to him in this way, this is not something you learn from words. He has to hit rock bottom, and he hasn't hit it yet. Maybe you could point out the thing behind him and maybe remind him he probably doesn't want to die.
Well, and that's what I'm doing on my turn. I'm gonna, both of my attacks, I'm gonna shove him into the worm.
Okay, fantastic. Make a shove attack against his athletics.
24.
24. Absolutely. That catches him by rears. He slams up against the worm, turns around, sees it. You interrupt my fight! He doesn't seem to realize what this worm is, and you see him go grabbing for its throat. You've definitely switched his focus, but he doesn't seem to realize any sort of self-preservation. He is all rage and fight right now.
Freaking kid.
Yeah.
Second, I'm gonna swing on this were-rat. Not reckless.
Absolutely, go for it.
26 to hit.
26 to hit, absolutely hits. It dies without losing its soul. You take its head off, falls to the ground, and you watch as the form turns back into that of a woman you've now beheaded. Someone who had like kind of this wiry muscle, but not really recognizable now.
And then, that's it. That's my turn.
All right, that's your turn. Very well done. The were-rat no longer in initiative. Willhelm.
I'd like to take my free action to look down at the sword.
All right.
And I'm going to tell it, make it stop, or I will not feed you.
At this moment, it says, you've come this far. Can you really resist? And at this moment, what I want you to do is you're connecting to this thing. A dark symbiote attached you on a deeper level. You cannot convince it to stop. You have to make it. And I would like you to, at this situation, make a wisdom or charisma check of your will, as you need to go will to will with this thing.
Wisdom or charisma? Like straight abilities check?
Straight ability.
16.
it is this massive presence pushing against you. You know that right now, it is in a state where it will grow larger and larger, and at a certain point, it won't need you to swing it, and it will consume you, become you. This, follow the lightning metaphor, is the lightning untamed. It is the hurricane. However, in this moment, just before the DC would have been DC 20, you take it down. It sinks and shrinks back to its normal size. At this moment, you know the way to stop it, you have to force it back. You can use it, but only when you decide. And if you force it back into your hand, you can stop the madness right now.
And that'll be my action, right?
That will be your action to do so.
Okay.
However, you know, you'll free up an incredibly powerful druid if you decide to do that.
I will. I'm sorry, I'll what?
You'll free up an incredibly powerful druid if you want to do that.
Oh, yeah. No, there's other reasons beside the druid. Yeah, I will
But
use
also,
my action.
yeah.
I will use my action to force its hand to
Yes.
try and stop the abominations, to try and let's clean this up a little bit so Gordie and I can take care of business.
You force it back. Once it came, it disappears in wisps of shadow, and the mountain stops shaking. The monsters it has already brought through are here, and they need to be finished. But there are no more rents in the earth opening, and the rift it opened shuts. At this moment,
Go ahead.
I'm actually going to roll for something. Working with you, the druid casts her hand out, and you watch as the abominations get dragged back into each hole and rend. The ravines remaining, but the terrible creatures disappearing one by one by one.
That's all I wanted to happen.
Well done.
And I'm going to go ahead and bring Misfit back this direction. And you know what? I mean, what the hell? I still have that bonus action. So watching and listening to Gordie try and teach this young Minotaur a lesson, realizing, because I've seen Gordie do this stuff before, so he doesn't want to kill this kid. So I'm going to have Misfit basically do a tail attack, but aiming at the Minotaur's legs to try and knock him on his ass.
All right. Go for it.
That's a...
And that would be an athletics, I think.
Oh, okay.
See what that is. Yeah.
He's got a +6 to athletics, so that's a 23.
Oh, shit.
This Minotaur is incredibly strong. The Misfit just gets in at the right moment as he's off balance. Knock him on the ground. This kid is still trying to get up, but he is prone. You have hit this guy hard, but he has something to prove.
And I don't want to roll damage on it. I mean, my intent was to knock him prone. That's it. So
that's what you did. You performed a shove attack.
Yeah. And that's my turn.
Absolutely. So that's the end of Wilhelm's turn. As you banish the blade again, regaining control, the abominations are sunk back into the rends of the earth. At this moment, crossbows are dead, both of them. On the caster's turn, he shakes his head. He knows how this battle has gone, and he's going to have to explain this to Krilla. He leaps over the edge of the rift, pats the ogre, jumps on top of him, and yells, "We're leaving." And you watch as the ogre just begins full sprinting down the side of the mountain. They are gone. At this moment, there is one ogre left. He moved here. He just saw his companions leave. Abandons the Minotaur and continues running off. Minotaur is blind to it. He doesn't yet see that he has been abandoned by everyone he's decided to be loyal to. Pushes himself up, bleeding. Hefts the axe over his shoulder and is going to go for you.
First one to be at straight roll with deflect.
It's just wild. It's tired. He's used everything he can. The last one, he does manage to swing back, catch you alongside the hip. It's a burning pain, but it's a total of 9 points of slashing. Even when he connects, the strength in his blows is just, it's missing. It's not what it used to be. This is the last enemy you need to deal with, as everyone else leaves. It is just you on a snowy mountain top with a Minotaur. Gordie, it's your turn.
Take Roberta. Smack her into the snow. I'm going to attempt to grapple this kid.
Absolutely. Make the athletics check.
Natural 20 for a 28.
Natural 20 for a 28. You got him. He's struggling against you.
Got him by the throat, and I turn and I hold him over the cliff.
Held over the cliff, fighting, biting, spitting, snarling.
Second attack, horn attack, headbutt him.
Headbutt, absolutely. Reckless.
22
22, that hits. Roll damage.
for 11.
You want him to be unconscious or just not capable of fighting?
Not capable of fighting.
Dazed. His head reels back. He's just blinking. Trying to summon up that rage, but it's gone. His energy is gone. You watch his hand go limp. His great axe spirals into the great depths below. It disappears. You don't even hear the impact.
Now you listen here and you listen good. Krilla only needs you as long as you do what he wants you to do. The minute you decide you want to be better than just beating up townsfolk and taking gold, he'll leave you on the side of the road dead. It's what he tried to do to me. It's only thanks to that woman over there that I'm here today. Baphomet's got his claws in you. You can shake it. There's another way. But you got to decide here and now. You're too dangerous to let go. You got to look at me, boy, and tell me straight. Am I dropping you off this cliff, or are you going to straighten up?
No, you betrayed Krilla. Told me you betrayed him. When he trusted you, you turned your back on him. I was trying to make the world more fair.
Fair? Is it fair to kill a man with no home, trying to scrape together a living to feed his family over 10 gold pieces? because that's what he tried to make me do. And that's when I said enough's enough.
No. He does dark stuff only when necessary. Stuff we do, it is necessary. It is fair.
Beating up kids is fair.
And
Going through
you
Mirror
see
Bar on
that
our
one
way.
affects him.
Yeah. Coming through to going around Mirror Bar, me and Wilhelm saw a kid beat up bad. Now, I don't know if you've been around his camps, but some of them
he
boys
said that his men had gone rogue, that he was trying to handle that he said you see, probably in this moment, hesitation. You brought up questions he probably asks himself. But the problem is, can one conversation change his path immediately? And this is the decision you're going to have to make, Gordie. This guy might be able to turn things around. You've planted something there. It could happen. Or he might not. Dropping him off the cliff is certain. That'll kill him.
Yeah.
He won't be coming back.
Willie, think I got through to him. What do you think?
I don't know. He was pretty crazy there for a while. But I mean, I don't know you when you were him, right? And you said Miss Man back here turned you around, and I mean, maybe she can do the same for him, but I mean, he's got to be willing,
Got him in my grip. I turn around and chuck him at the cliff, saving him behind me.
He gets up as if he's going to hit you, but looks around and sees his friends are gone.
They all left you, man. Those are your friends.
That's the life you live. No one gives a dookie about you. Whereas when you make something of yourself and you help others, you get friends like this. And I point back to Wilhelm on my back that are with you through thick and thin. What do you want to do?
He stomps off. Omea, just forward behind you. You got him. It'll take time. You got him. I'll be back. Wilhelm. I don't know what I'd suggest to do with that blade of yours. But and she gestures towards the massive cracks in the side of the mountain.
Yeah, sorry about that.
I'll fix it. But take the power slow, take it careful, don't let it off the reins. The moment it starts doing stuff like this, it will no longer be in your control.
Right.
But considering what I saw and your ability to save your friend, even under the stress of a very malignant force, I would say if I would trust anyone to use it, it would be you. Be careful. Very careful.
I will.
Well, Maya, don't judge him by his size. He's as strong or stronger than me. He just proved it.
Yes, he did. For anyone else, I'd suggest quarantine, immediate, like get several priests in here, start an exorcism, but I think he'll be okay. Watch it now. That is one nasty bit of business. I feel like some tea.
Absolutely.
This is a tea moment, and walks back inside the house. Is there any last moment you want to have, staring out at the wreckage of what used to be the long joint trail? What is any last moment we have?
You want to start?
Yeah, that's fine. I'd walk to this first edge of the first break and just kind of look at the break in the ground, look at my hands, look at the break in the ground, probably kneel down, put my hands on the ground, and just say that I'm sorry. And then probably as I walk back to Omea's house, probably just look at Gordie. It'd be a look of disappointment in myself, but immediately followed up with a look of I will do my best, and then just go give me a cup of hot tea.
Then for Gordie, we'll go to Wilhelm. And I'm not that smart, but I ain't dumb either. I know you've been dealing with this funny business, but I don't know. I didn't know how to help you. You needed to learn the hard way. I knew you had the strength in you. If you can prove to suck those horrors back into a mountain, this thing ain't got none on you.
Yeah, we'll see.
At this moment, you watch. One eye still completely black. The other, the whites return to them. It's still a conflict. This isn't over. You know that thing lurks at the back of your head, and it had a lot of control in that moment. But you fought it back. It did not have a wholesale victory. You head back into this house woven from evergreen trees, to where rain clouds are formed and float out the window. And that is where we're going to have a close on the session.
Just one last thing.
Yes.
I'm going to ask old Maya to borrow Bird. And I'm going to take a piece of paper that I know Wilhelm has a stencil of. And it's going to go straight to Krilla. And when he opens it, he's going to see the Moose Water logo of the brigade and say simply, "You're warned."
Actually, I'll add to that. We'll do a little bit of magic mouth. So Gordie puts his piece, and I'll grab the parchment, and I will cast Magic Mouth on it so that when Krilla opens it, he will actually see the mouth, a familiar Musatar's mouth that will actually speak the words verbally to him when he
All
opens
right.
it.
I suppose as it's sent off, you see our last scene. Krilla in a large den set up at the base of what was once a church, had a mysterious accidental fire, was rebuilt, and now is his general place of residence, where he is gathered by his flock. They sit upon cushioned sofas, and as they're laughing and joining, this bird flies in. He reads a letter. It speaks in your voice. He folds it, tosses it in a nearby fire, stares at it. Wow. Gordie's back. And that's where we're going to end our session.
Fade to black.
Yeah.